Yep. Well, hello everyone. Informally, before we begin formally, how are you doing?
Doing good.
I hope you all had a wonderful holiday weekend, especially those of you that still get up to go to work. I guess the only one's Carolyn and I at this point. But anyway, the weather did hold after all. It was good.
Play tennis. And I won a game because Mark was my partner.
Oh, okay.
Tennis player. The guys aren't coming back. Is Mark coming? Mark, you heard that?
Yes, you're being very gracious. Thank you.
Yeah, you at least won a game with me. Otherwise, they were like 0-4.
Okay, I guess it's officially 5:30. So welcome everyone, good afternoon, and welcome to El Rancho Unified School District regular meeting of the Board of Education, June 1st, 2021. I'll start by reading the mission statement. Students will be challenged to become college and career ready and lifelong learners. The El Rancho Unified School District will actively partner with the community as its leading educational institution that provides a technology-rich and innovative learning environment for all students. Roll call for the members of the Board of Education. Ms. Carolyn Castillo, Vice President.
Present.
Ms. Esther Mejia, Clerk.
Present.
Dr. Joseph Rivera, Member.
Present.
Ms. Arlene Perez, Member.
Present.
Hello. Glad you're here. Members of the Administrative Cabinet, Dr. Francis Esparza, Superintendent.
Present.
Ms. Dora Soto Delgado, Director, Student Support Services.
Present.
Mr. Dean Cochran, Director of Special Education.
Present.
Ms. Roberta Gonzalez, Director, Early Learning Program.
Present.
Mr. Mark Matthews, Interim Director, Human Resources.
Present.
Ms. Jasmine Chavez Diaz, Director, Secondary Education.
Present.
Ms. Gisela Castañón, Director, Elementary Education.
Present.
And Ms. Mary Ann Serrao, Chief Business Officer, Business Services.
Present.
Thank you. All right, item 2, public comments on closed session items. Dr. Esparza?
At this time, there are no public comments.
Very well. We will adjourn now to closed session, and we will do our very best, as always, to return within the hour. If we are delayed, then Dr. Esparza will communicate, but hopefully we'll be able to honor that time. I'll see everyone in closed session. Let's see if I get there first.
Hello, everyone. Sorry for the delay. The cabinet will be back at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Rancho Unified School District meeting of June 1st, 2021. I'd like to start this by first of all apologizing for the delay in returning from closed session. We will try to walk through this agenda as expeditiously as possible so that hopefully we can be through within 2 hours. With that, buenas tardes a todos y bienvenidos a la Junta del Distrito del Rancho del junio 1 del 2021. I'll start with the, the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to call on Ms. Marianne Serrao to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Ready, begin.
I pledge
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation,
Under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Serrao. All right. Item 6, adoption of the agenda. I need a motion, please.
Dr. Moreno,
Yes, Mr. Matthews.
I have a few items that need to be amended.
All right.
Item 15F6 4E is pulled. Item 15F6 5C is changed from the Coronavirus Relief Fund to the Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant. There's a funding change.
Okay.
Item 15F7 2A, the name inserted is Diaz Marla. And on item 15F7 3A, the name inserted is Mason Zan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Any other items, Dr. Esparza, to pull?
That is all
No.
the items for tonight.
Thank you very much. Okay, I need a motion to adopt the agenda with the exception of the items so mentioned.
So move.
Move to approve.
Ms. Dr. Rivera, Ms. Mejia, take this to a vote. Ms. Castillo,
Yes.
Ms. Mejia,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Dr. Rivera,
Yes.
Merino, yes, 5-0 to adopt the agenda. Okay, item 7, reports of actions taken in closed session. Dr. Esparza?
So this evening, in closed session, as recommended by the superintendent, the board approved the employment of Mr. Zan Mason as principal of Ruben Salazar High School with the roll call vote as follows: a motion from Dr. Rivera, a second from Ms. Mejia, and it was unanimous 5-0. Also in closed session, as recommended by the superintendent, the board approved the employment of Ms. Marla Diaz as assistant principal of student services at El Rancho High School. The roll call vote was as follows: motion by Dr. Marino, second by Ms. Mejia, 4 yeas and 1 abstention. And that is all.
Thank you, Dr. Esparza. All right, let's now move on to our student reports. And this is their last official report for the year. We will have an opportunity to thank each and every one of you, but just so that everyone knows that you are about to present your last report to the board as representing the student body. Welcome, the 3 of you. Let's start with 8A, ASB president from El Rancho High School, Jocelyn Resendez. Jocelyn.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jocelyn Resendez, and I'm truly honored to be here to address you all and to represent El Rancho High School as its Associated Student Body President one last time. Continuing from the last meeting, we have honored our last senior athletes at their senior nights last week by decorating their home fields. We commend our amazing student athletes for pushing through this past year with COVID-safe seasons. Last Thursday was a senior prom, and ASB would like to again thank the board for putting on such an amazing event as a send-off for our senior year. Our students really enjoyed being able to see each other before graduation, and we ended off the night crowning our king and queen. This week through next week, we will be spotlighting our senior ASB members on Instagram and Twitter as a thank you for everything they've done for us this year. Now, as we count down to the days to graduation, which is only 10 days, we will be having a drive-through regalia pickup where students will be picking up their cap and gown, regalia, senior memory books, lawn signs, and dropping off their textbooks. We are all prepared for the next school year as the new ASB group will be announced this Friday on our Instagram. Before I end, I would like to thank the board for allowing me to share updates this year during the board meetings. Thank you all for having me this past year, and I hope you all have a great night.
Jocelyn, we all thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you so much for all of this, especially through this very critical year, through the pandemic, doing all your reports via distance. Thank you so much for the services that you have provided so far. We have an opportunity later on to personally thank you. Let's now move on to 8B from ASB President from Ellen Ochoa Prep Academy, Haley Moreno. Haley?
Hi.
Hi.
Hello to the school board members and everyone in attendance today. I am Haley Moreno, a senior and ASB President at Ellen Ochoa Prep Academy. We would like to thank the board, the superintendent, the cabinet, and the school administrators for the senior extravaganza, which took place last Thursday, May 27th. We enjoyed the beautiful event, and it was a very nice gesture to all ERUSD seniors who have had to complete their final year of high school through distance learning. I would also like to congratulate our very first prom king and queen, Nestor Andrade Olmos and Giselle Medina. Final exams begin tomorrow, and on Friday, June 4th, our seniors will participate in the senior cap and gown distribution from 1 to 3 p.m. Jostens will be present, and the drive-through event will be festive and fun. Following the drive-through event, cap and gown distribution, we will be premiering Senior Awards Night on Ochoa Prep's YouTube channel on Friday, June 4th at 5 p.m. Students who have qualified to receive the Honor Crest, the Golden State Seal of Merit, the Seal of Biliteracy, and the IB Diploma candidates will receive recognition from our teachers and staff. At Ellen Ochoa Prep Academy, we are finishing up the last of SBAC testing and AP testing. Students have already taken the AP Spanish, AP Biology, and AP US History exams. Students are preparing for the next 3 AP exams, AP Calculus, AP Chemistry, and AP English. On June 10th at 4 p.m. on the Ellen Ochoa Prep Academy Athletic Field, we will host our second annual commencement ceremony. We look forward to seeing all of the board members and the superintendent on that day to honor this year's graduates. Lastly, on June 11th, the last day of school, we will have a drive-through textbook drop-off for current 9th through 11th grade students. I'd like to close off by thanking the board members and all of our teachers and staff at ERUSD for helping us get through this difficult year. I have been extremely fortunate to have been able to share about my school during these board meetings, and I'd like to thank everyone for listening and have a great night.
Thank you, Haley. Thank you for all of your communication and all your reports to the board. And we'll have an opportunity also to recognize you for your services. Let's now move on to 8C, ASB spokesperson from Salazar High School, Selena Morales. Selena?
Good evening, members of the Board of Education, cabinet members, teachers, district staff, and community members. I hope you are all doing well. My name is Samantha Monta Hernandez, and I have the privilege of being here with you again tonight. Selena Morales unfortunately had to work this evening and sent her regrets. I would like to take a few moments to share events that are happening at our school. We're in the final 2 weeks of the final semester, the final stretch. The seniors are working hard towards graduation day. Our Salazar juniors took the SBAC state test for the past 2 weeks. Some of our seniors attended Senior Extravaganza last week on May 27th. It was a fun event to celebrate with our friends, and we thank everyone involved in making the event a special evening. This coming Friday, June 4th, Salazar High School will be hosting the ATP Celebration of Learning. We are looking forward to Thursday, June 10th, when our seniors will say goodbye to Salazar at our graduation ceremony for the class of 2021. It will take place at the El Rancho High School Don Stadium at 6 p.m. We invite all board members and cabinet to attend, as we always appreciate all your support. We hope to see you there. Thank you very much and have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you so much for, again, presenting this report. Let's now move on to item 9, awards and recognitions. 9A, this is recognition of student representatives to the Board of Education. I'll turn this over now to Dr. Esparza.
So this evening, the Board of Education, myself, and all of El Rancho Unified would like to thank our students that just spoke from ASB for their outstanding service to the El Rancho Unified School District. As a student member of the Board of Education, you have all provided insight and valuable information regarding programs, activities, and all of the events happening at your high schools. Your commitment has greatly benefited our school district. The Board of Education and myself would like to commend you on your outstanding service.
Well, thank you, Dr. Esparza. Let's hear from the board. Comments from the board, please. Just raise your hand or put your hand up. Ms. Castillo.
Okay. Students, you've done a wonderful job. You've demonstrated your leadership skills, your representative of your students. So you also kept us well informed of what activities were occurring in your school. We really appreciate that because it's all about communications and it's all about showing up to be in front of us. That takes courage for some. So anyway, congratulations and good luck for next year to wherever you go.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Ms. Mejia?
Yes, Jocelyn, Haley, Selena, and Samantha, thank you so much for your reports. You guys are great role models. Thank you for your leadership, and I wish you much success in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Can you talk, Ms. Perez? I know you're having.
Thank you. Sorry if I talk. No, I was always so impressed by your updates. I was like, oh my God, they write so well and they speak so well and they're just seniors. But thank you so much for keeping us informed and always your upbeat voices. Like it just made my day, for the board meetings. So thank you for everything. And can I just say, all women in leadership, I love it. So thank you. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Dr. Rivera.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Moreno. I just want to echo what my colleagues have said. These young ladies have been amazing this year. You were all part of history now. The pandemic has kind of, come and not going to say quite go, but you were really resilient to be able to provide all that information, keep us updated as well as the community updated. So, job well done. I wish you the best in your future. And I'm sure all of you are going to be successful in one way or another. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. I just want to say I commend you as well for your commitment. It is not easy to be here twice a month to present your report, especially when you had to wait so long to do this. But nonetheless, this is definitely a demonstration of leadership and commitment. Congratulations and the best of luck in your future endeavors. And just keep up the good work. Dr. Esparza?
I'd just like to say that they have been phenomenal this past year, even through all of the, trials and tribulations that some of them have endured and the issues with the absolute non-opening of the schools this year. They've always come to us with smiling faces and positive comments. And so we greatly appreciate them and their leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Esparza. Now, they'll be getting a certificate?
Yes, they will be receiving a certificate on behalf of the board and the district.
Very good. You use this in your portfolio, okay? You start building your portfolio now. Thank you. Okay, let's now move on to 9B, recognition of Becky Garcia, our cafeteria helper. I'll turn this over to Dr. Esparza.
So this is an amazing recognition here. So Rebecca, known as Becky, everybody in the food services department and the classified staff know Becky Garcia. She joined El Rancho's family in 1993. And during her 28 years, Ms. Garcia has assisted in school cafeterias, ensuring a countless number of meals were prepared and served for district students. The Board of Education and the district administration thank Ms. Garcia for her dedication and commitment. We wish her all the best as she enters another exciting stage in her life, retirement at the age of 84 years old. We are so happy to have had Becky with us, and good luck at the casinos where you have mentioned that will be your next pastime.
Oh my God. Congratulations, Ms. Garcia, 83. Definitely, we congratulate you.
84.
84. Amazing. Board members, would you like to make a comment or good wishes to Becky? Ms. Castillo.
Becky, you're at one of the places I always go to at the casino. So enjoy yourself, and I hope you win big. That's good. What a wonderful career you've had with us. And you are certainly appreciated by everybody in the staff here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Ms. Mejia.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Garcia, for your dedication, for providing nutrition to our students. And I wish you a happy retirement. Enjoy yourself. Thank you for all of the work that you've done for us.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Ms. Perez?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Garcia, for everything you do for the district. To be here for that many years shows your love and your passion for this community. So thank you so much. And you're living the dream. You're going to go in the casinos and retire. So again, I wish you all the luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Dr. Rivera?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Garcia, thank you very much for providing such long-term dedicated service to our school district. Congratulations on your retirement. I hope you a relaxing time. I hope you have fun. I hope you have a long retirement, and try not to think too much about food service, and enjoy yourself at the casino. Thanks again.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. I'll just say congratulations. Enjoy your retirement. You certainly earned it. You now set the standard for many. I retired 20 years younger than you are now. I was 64 at that time, but this just shows that you have the energy, and as it's been already been said, the passion for the work that you did. Good luck. I hope you hit it big in the casinos. Would you like to say a few words, Ms. Garcia?
Okay. You can say something. Thank you very much for everything.
Oh, the communication. Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Again, best of luck in your new life. Retirement is beautiful. Right? No, for those of us that are retired, for those of us, most of you, it is. It's something to look forward to. Thank you. Dr. Esparza, I believe I didn't call on you. Should I say something?
So I met Becky just a few weeks ago at the vaccination clinic, and she was standing in line, and I was at PIH, and we're trying to address, Whittier and Whittier Union and Los Nietos. And so I begin to talk to people from El Rancho, and she gets in line and she starts telling me about her career in El Rancho and how much she loved it. And her children went to El Rancho, and she's a food services worker. She told me her age, and she told me she rides her bike to work every day. I did not.
Oh my God.
So much energy. I hope to be just like you one day, Becky.
Wow.
Thank you for everything that you do.
That's a role model. Okay, everybody on your bikes tomorrow, ride to work. Thank you, Dr. Esparza. Okay, let's move on to item 10. This is public comments, items on the agenda. Again, remind you that we are limited to 3 minutes per agenda item. As always, maintain the quorum during your comments. Dr. Esparza.
And so for public comments, items on the agenda, there are none this evening. Dr. Marino.
Thank you, Dr. Esparza. We'll move on to item 11, public comments, items not on the agenda. Same as the previous, 3 minutes per agenda item, maintaining decorum during the comments. Dr. Esparza.
And we have Miss Angelina Martinez.
Good evening. My name is Angelina Martinez, and I am a senior at Ellen Ochoa Prep Academy. Throughout my comment, I will explain my experience and feelings throughout my 4 years of high school. I want to first mention how it feels like we, the students, are never listened to. Time after time, I had to listen to my teachers say that they cannot handle the stress that you, the board members, put on them and say that they have to resign. As a student, it's even worse because you, the district, take your sweet time hiring new teachers for us. And it doesn't seem like money is the problem. In fact, it is upsetting to know that you let these people from outside of our school say that we are stealing money. That is simply untrue. Many things factor into the amount of financial help that the district receives as a whole. For example, attendance. We should be questioning the district and asking them what's more important, the students or everything else? Because as a student, it does not feel like you care at all about us. I really don't think that the 5 of you have ever reached out to the students and parents to ask us what we think. Without Ellen Ochoa, I would not be the person I am today. My school gave me the option to have smaller class sizes and I benefited greatly from it. If money is the issue, then adapt and overcome it. If you know that we can't reach an absurd number, then lower it. Personally, I don't think 500 students can fit on our campus. You would have to take our eating areas and fields away in order to make space. Then adding more bungalows, Chromebooks, carts, air-conditioned units, etc. would cost even more. I'm sure the 5 of you and the people outside of the EOPA community would agree. If anything, smaller classes helped ease my transition from one small school to another. On my first day of school, I already had made 5 friends who I still talk to today. I don't think it would have been the same at a bigger school. And just think, in 5-10 years, how do you think the graduating classes of Ellen Ochoa are going to feel when we have to say that the school that we went to no longer operates? Do you know how sad that would be? A school that has 100% graduation rate and the highest ELA test scores had to close because of other people's negative opinions. As a student, I would love to hear what you have to say against those comments. Do you agree that our school is financial draining? Do all 5 of you think that how you treated my school for the past 5 years is fair? The community needs answers. We are tired of waiting. You need to give time to those parents who wish to send their kids to another school because it is not fair. These incoming freshmen can benefit greatly and deserve to be at Ellen Ochoa just like I did. Keep the incoming freshmen at Ellen Ochoa. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
And next we have Carlene Martinez.
Good evening. My name is Carlene Martinez, and I'm the parent of a graduating senior that attends Ellen Ochoa Prep Academy. Her name is Angelina Martinez, and she just spoke. I'm talking tonight on behalf of some of the parents of EOPA students to tell you that what you're doing to my daughter's school is unjust. One reason why I sent my daughter to Ellen Ochoa Prep Academy was because of the small class sizes. I believe they benefited her greatly. Having smaller class sizes really helped my daughter connect with the teachers, and my daughter was better able to receive a more individualized lesson. I know that more students can benefit from Ellen Ochoa, and this is why it needs to stay open. If my daughter did not have the option of Ellen Ochoa Prep Academy, she would not be the person she is today. She is passionate, and she is really intent and again, passionate about keeping her school open and keeping the incoming freshmen at Ellen Ochoa. I'd like to add that we came from a small Catholic school in the city of Whittier, and the option or opportunity to be a part of a brand new school was a huge factor in her decision to attend EOPA. She never wavered in her decision, even after she was accepted at St. Paul over here in Whittier, and also at La Serna. We completed the out-of-district application so that she could have the option to go to La Serna. And even though she got accepted at both schools, she declined enrollment so that she could attend Ellen Ochoa. We were very excited to be a part of this exciting new school with smaller class size. And like I said, Angelina is very passionate about keeping the school open so that the next group of students can have the opportunities that she has had. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
And Dr. Moreno, that is all that we have for this evening.
Thank you very much. Okay. Let's now move on to information items. Number 12, let's start with 12A, McGee Academy of the Arts and Sciences, presentation by Anna Melgar, principal. Ms. Melgar? You're on.
Good evening, everyone. Dr. Marino, board members, Dr. Esparza, cabinet, and fellow community members. It is with great pleasure that I'm here to showcase all the wonderful things that are happening at McGee Academy of Arts and Sciences. To help, we actually have a special edition of our morning KMAS broadcast. So let's tune in. Roland?
Good evening, board and cabinet members, and welcome to this edition of McGee's broadcast. This evening, we are going to report on the goings-on at McGee Academy of Arts and Sciences. We are going to start off with one of our teachers. So let's take it over to Julia, who's with Mr. Knapp. Take it away, Julia.
Thanks, Carmen. We have with us this evening Mr. Knapp, who is one of our third grade teachers. Good evening, Mr. Knapp.
It's good to see you. I got to say, I miss seeing you at school and at cross country and at McGee After 3 every day.
So the first thing I want to get to is team teaching. Any of us that have been here at McGee for a while know that you and Mrs. Hidalgo have some pretty great teamwork going. Can you talk to us about that and team teaching in general?
Sure. First of all, thank you. I think we're both proud of the team that we've developed. It's taken a lot of hard work and a lot of years to put it together. I'd say just in general at McGee, the team teaching idea has been around for a long time, but it really gathered steam when they introduced the Common Core. You heard a lot of schools and people saying, we're going to focus on language arts this year, we're going to focus on math this year, but we decided we wanted to get in front of all of it. And so that's when we developed the school-wide teaming method that we use, where people have specific subjects that they teach. So everybody's subject specific, kind of like a middle school. So what you see is that people are teaching more to their strengths. If you have somebody that's a little more skilled in math, maybe they're allowed to teach the entire grade level, and the same for language arts or working with EL students. One of the benefits of it is it allows you to modify your lessons as the day goes on. So if you see something that didn't quite work in one lesson, you can modify it by the time you get to the next one. Another good thing is you get to work with all the students in your grade level. So you don't just have your list of kids that you work with, like in most traditional elementary schools, but you get to see all of the kids, and they get the same product. So every kid at that grade level is going to get the same math product or the same language arts product. So there's a lot of benefits to team teaching. I say one of the things that's most difficult probably is just initially when you have a partner, especially a new partner, is developing trust, because it's important that you trust that they're going to work to the best of their responsibility with your kids and vice versa.
We know Mrs. Malver loves her data and all the numbers involved with data. Can you tell us why this is so important and how McGee works and thrives?
Yeah, she is definitely freakish about her data. She loves it. We go through it at meetings all the time. I think one of the reasons is because the data is what drives your instruction, and it helps create change within the school. So for example, you see needs within the school, both either with the staff or with students or within some of your systems, and you're able to fix those things and try and fine tune them to have a better end product.
We are McGee Academy of Arts and Sciences. How do these two subjects work at our school?
I think in the past, science was a little bit neglected. There was a period just in the country in general with testing where it was so high stakes that everybody focused on language arts and math. All the focus was on language arts and math. And so social studies kind of got pushed to the back, and science got pushed to the back because everybody was so eager to improve test scores. So what we did with the introduction of the new standards and Common Core and the new teaming that we developed was we decided that we wanted to have science built into our curriculum so that it wouldn't be neglected anymore. So just like I'd spoken earlier and I said people are subject specific, most people have two subjects and one of them has science. It's built into it. You're going to get some science instruction repeatedly every week. So that's one way that we've handled the science aspect of it, in addition to science school and science camp and those other things that we do.
Thanks for being with us this evening, Mr. Knapp.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
That's going to do it from here. Let's take it back over to Carmen.
Thanks, Julia, and a huge thank you to Mr. Knapp for being with us today. Now, we have one of our McGee students with us today. We would like to welcome Nicole Navarro. How's it going this evening, Nicole?
I'm well, and you?
Thank you. I'm well. So to start off with, what do you like about McGee, Nicole?
Well, I really enjoy learning at McGee because the teachers and the students provide a fun environment for myself and other students to learn in. And in my opinion, coming to school is better when it's fun and engaging. So that would be what I like most about McGee.
That's really great. Now let's talk some sports. You're involved with soccer and cross country. Can you tell us how you got involved with these activities? Let's start with soccer.
Yeah. Well, coming from a family that plays sports, I've always been active and in and out of school. So when I heard there was going to be a soccer program at school, I thought it would be a good chance to try something new involved with McGee. And as far as cross country goes, I had never done cross country before, so I thought it would be cool if I would try something new, and I really enjoyed it.
That's cool. Now, I think one of the best parts about McGee is its leadership team. How does the student-run leadership team make McGee a better place for us to be at every day?
Well, having a student-run leadership helps us make decisions for the school that would benefit the students. And as a student myself, I can see from a close-up perspective what students want and what they need. And so that way it would provide a better school environment.
Well, thank you, Nicole, for being with us today. Now we're going to take it back over to Julia, who has one of McGee's parents with her. Back to you, Julia.
Thanks again, Carmen. Right now, I have with me Mr. Castaneda, who currently has students here at McGee. Good evening, Mr. Castaneda.
Good evening.
So for the first question is, can you tell us, when it comes to communicating to parents and students, how does McGee achieve that?
They do a really good job first with emails. I think they do a good job of getting to us with Class Dojo. And then when we were in person, it was very easily to talk to any staff member and they were able to give out any information. But I think emails and Class Dojo is a big way they've been able to communicate with us now.
So for the second question, what types of activities, pre-COVID of course, have you enjoyed attending or hearing about your children?
Well, my son did cross country for 3 years. He missed doing it these last 2. They love going to the festivals when we have the Harvest Festival, whenever we had their little plays, whenever they had their trimester awards, anything that was going on, the book fairs. I mean, my kids were always happy to go to it and see their friends. So that was one of the one thing that I remember.
Especially over this past year, a lot of help and even workshops have been going on here at McGee. Can you talk about those type of things that happen here at McGee?
Yeah, I mean, the one main thing I think was the kids getting lunch throughout the whole pandemic. I think that was a big help, not just to us, but to everybody in the community, because it's hard to miss out on those meals when you're going to school and you count on the breakfast and the lunch. So I think that was one of the main things. The workshops are always helpful because they're always giving out different information and different types of ways that the school district can help you. So anything that the McGee or the district does is always very helpful.
Well, that's great. And that's going to do it from here. Thanks to Mr. Castaneda for being with us here today.
Thank you.
Now let's take it over to Carmen with one more special guest.
Thanks, Julia. That's right. We have one more special guest with us this evening. We are joined by our digital learning coach here at McGee, Mrs. Palomino. Good evening, Mrs. Palomino.
Thank you, Carmen, for having me.
Now, what about our PBIS program? Can you tell us why it's so important here at McGee? And can you tell us a little bit about our Thankful Thursday shoutouts?
PBIS is a positive behavior intervention support program, and it creates behavior expectations focusing on positive behavior. At McGee, we encourage our bears to display PAWS. PAWS stands for P, promoting a positive environment, A, acting responsibly, W, willing to learn, and S, showing respect. And we continue to encourage our bears to display PAWS even though we are learning virtually. We also use Thankful Thursday shoutouts as an opportunity for teachers to spotlight students who are displaying these expectations. So Ms. Melgar will announce our shoutouts every Thursday on our broadcast team. And in addition, our bears receive a special postcard from Ms. Melgar with their shoutout. So it's a nice surprise.
Now we have a very special Read Across America Day, and it's always a fun time. What do you think makes this day so fun?
At McGee, we're always promoting reading for enjoyment and celebrating reading accomplishments. But for Read Across America Day, we use that time to designate an entire week to celebrate the joy of reading and the importance of reading. We have fun spirit days tied to reading themes, have special guest readers for our students, and this year we had readers provide pre-recorded read-alouds, and we created a virtual read-aloud library for our students to access whenever they could, as well as we had some special guests visit our virtual classroom via Zoom or Google Meet.
Now during our distance learning time, one of the best things that kept us connected was our Padlet. Can you tell us about that?
Our Padlets have helped us stay connected as a school community, and it allows our families to post pictures of their students at home and participating in various school activities, such as the first day of school, Red Ribbon Week, and all our spirit days that we've held all year long. And it allows our students to see their friends that they don't normally get to see in their virtual classes. And so they have this network that they can post comments to each other and see each other. So Carmen, I'm gonna turn the tables on you now. You're sitting here asking me all the questions because you are part of the broadcast team. What exactly is the broadcast team and what do you do?
Well, before COVID, we were running soundboards, video switchers, teleprompters, lights, and other equipment to bring daily broadcasts to our students, staff, and community through YouTube. We talk about things happening here at McGee, sometimes within our school district, and even outside of our school world. We have daily segments like birthdays, the day's lunch menu, weather, and our today in history. You also talked about our Thankful Thursday shoutouts. These are done every Thursday by Mrs. Melgar, our principal. Over the past 2 years that we have been broadcasting, we have had over 20,000 views, over 1,000 hours of videos watched, and we have about 365 subscribers to our YouTube channel. We have also produced other events like our holiday concert that received over 1,000 views, our trimester awards, promotion, and even put together videos for our superintendent during COVID. So we keep pretty busy. Well, thank you to Ms. Palomino for giving me a chance to talk about our student-run broadcast. We want to thank you for watching tonight and invite you to visit our campus and to come and see all the exciting things happening at McGee Academy of Arts and Sciences. That's going to do it for now. Mrs. Melgar is going to stick around for a while to answer any questions you may have. But we also want to thank the people that joined us tonight as well. Mr. Knapp, Nicole Navarro, Mr. Castaneda, Ms. Palomino, and again you. For Julia, I'm Carmen, reminding you to be safe, stay healthy, and always remember to display pause. P is for promoting a positive environment, A is for acting responsibly, W is for willing to learn, and S is for showing respect. Have a great evening and good night.
Thank you, Ms. Melgar. Thank you to the students. Carmen, you did a phenomenal job. Amazing.
I want to say a huge thank you to our broadcast team, Mr. Barca, our staff, and everyone for assisting with this special edition of our broadcast today. We hope it provided you some insight into all the great things that are happening at McGee Academy of Arts and Sciences.
Thank you so much. I especially enjoy how you track those that are following McGee on social media. That's very good. Thank you so much, Ms. Melgar, for the phenomenal job. I just want to say that I did watch the virtual gallery that you sent out. That was well done. Thank you so much. Board members, Ms. Castillo.
Well done. I learned a lot from every perspective, which is very, very well done. And I just think that your news anchors did a great job. They're ready to go onto Channel 2. replace some of those folks out there. They're not afraid to look you straight in the eye and ask those hard questions. So well done.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Ms. Mejia?
Yes, Ms. Melgar, thank you for the wonderful presentation. Students are tech savvy, articulate, they're not shy, great at public speaking. I love that the way they use Padlet because it's almost like a virtual yearbook when they're sharing, these events, their highlights. And then I love to see that there's a school garden, so hands-on science. Love it. Again, thank you again for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Ms. Perez, are you up to, I don't want to irritate your throats. I know how you're feeling. Okay.
No, but thank you so much for the video. It was very important. And I love hearing the students' perspective of it and them taking the leadership. It was so cool. And huge congrats to your staff to think creatively about the curriculum. Sometimes I do agree history and science gets pushed to the side because of tested subjects, but they thought outside the box and then come up with creative ideas and creative ways to teach. So huge for that. And I love the, I believe it was called the PAUSE program, how to teach parents and how to teach students. And for me, I'm like, I wish, my parents were great, but I'm like, I wish that there was more of that. And so I love what you guys are doing up there. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Dr. Rivera?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Marino. Great job. I was just so impressed with the video, the interview, particularly the broadcast team. Oh, wow, that was really exciting. So once again, kudos to the students, the staff, and our principal, Ms. Melgar. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Okay, we can move on to 12B, Ruben Salazar High School presentation by Mr. Gabriel Gonzalez, our principal.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marino. Thank you very much for the invitation tonight to present here for Salazar High School. Good evening, board members, Dr. Esparza, cabinet members, ERUSD community, teachers, staff, parents, and students. This evening, it is my pleasure to present the wonderful things of Ruben Salazar High School, the fully accredited model continuation high school here of our district. A very special thanks to the Salazar staff, teachers, which are here. Some of them are joining us tonight in support, and our front office and counselor for always putting our students first and guiding them to that very important diploma during pre-COVID and during this pandemic. At this time, I now present to you our wonderful co-representative, the wonderful Samantha Mota Hernandez, who will lead us through this presentation.
Good evening again.
Hello, my name is Desmond Madrid, and I
Board of Education.
Okay.
Sorry. Good evening again, members of the Board of Education, cabinet members, teachers, district staff, and community members. My name is Samantha Mota, ASB member and soon to be graduate of the class of 2021. Tonight, I would like to give you a glimpse of what it truly means to be a Salazar Saint and how we have been navigating through this difficult year. Salazar High School is a district continuation high school where students who are credit deficient are given the opportunity for credit recovery. Whatever the reason one goes to Salazar, many do not know what to expect. Going to a continuation school can come with negative reactions from others. However, those of us who attend Salazar cannot be more proud of our school. Salazar is not just a school, but a second home for many of us. When our students were asked what they believe makes our school stand out from everyone else, we all agreed the amazing teachers, principal, counselor, and staff. Next slide, please.
I came to Salazar at the beginning of the 2021 school year. Needless to say, I was nervous and full of doubt that I would make it to graduate this year. The amount of credits that I lacked and how overwhelmed I felt beginning somewhere new was hard for me to picture what my senior year would look like. Things quickly changed for me when the school year began. One way I can describe how I feel about Salazar is this is my second home. I've never really met my teachers in person or taken classes on campus or even got to do school activities. However, here at Salazar, everyone from teachers to Mr. Gonzalez and Ms. Martinez is here to help us. Everyone gives us a second chance that we need. Instead of doubting us, they motivate us to do better. They care about our future, and no school I've ever been to has made me feel like this. Distance learning was challenging, but even though I felt connected to my teachers, I know I can count on them if I need anything. I began the year with doubt and ended up with a 4.0 GPA, graduating on time, and I will be attending Rio Hondo in the fall to study to be an accountant. Salazar High School will forever be my home. Thank you. Hello, my name is Desiree Madrid, and I
Personally, I did not think I would graduate on time. Many credits behind. My hopes were not high, and my family was worried about my future. From day one, I was encouraged to not give up. And given a plan by Miss Martinez, everyone at Salazar was there to help make my dream to graduate a reality. Today, I am proud to say I will be graduating and attending Rio Hondo College to obtain a degree in psychology, something I could not have done without the support of everyone at Salazar. For me, Salazar was the best thing that could have ever happened to me. My fellow senior and ASB member Desert Madrid made it. Oh, okay. As you can see, so many students have succeeded at Salazar because this is the type of environment and support that all the students receive while attending here, and some are still in contact with the teachers today. These are some of the words students use to describe our school. Motivational, encouraging, supportive, caring, amazing, and hopeful. Next slide, please. Salazar provides many ways for students to earn credits to graduate. They offer APEX, ROP, work study, elective credits for community service, and also offering real Hondo classes on our campus. By having a variety of opportunities, this helps the scholar students to be successful and their goal to graduate. Next slide, please. Our campus also offers students some elective classes that many enjoy, whether it is whether it is learning to cook and nutrition as part of ASB with Miss Ballister, learning computer applications from Miss Reyes, to digital imaging class from Mr. Chifino. It is a way for students to engage and learn new skills. Next slide, please. One of the downsides of not being able to be on campus during this difficult time is participating and having activities on campus. Through this year, virtual events were taking place at Salazar. PBIS raffles continue to award those students who did an outstanding job with their attendance grade or recognized for something positive they accomplished this year. Seniors were also well connected to the process of enrolling at Rio Hondo College by filling out applications, having virtual meetings, and submitting their financial aid with the help of our amazing counselor, Ms. Martinez. Parents were also able to connect to our teachers through virtual family nights. This gives parents the opportunity to meet with teachers and get more information on the progress of their students. Next slide, please. Along with our daily classes, Salazar and ASB held virtual activities throughout the year, from Spirit Week to Holiday Contest to Red Ribbon Week. Students are able to participate in some school activities. Our ASB class had the privilege of attending a voter registration workshop where we learned about the importance of voting and held a voter registration drive to get the word out to the students about why their votes mattered. These activities help students get involved at Salazar even though it was virtual. Next slide, please. A Salazar state not only gets the opportunity to obtain the education they need, but we obtain skills that we take with us. Salazar students learn the importance of giving back to your community and why it matters to help those around us. We learn that we can work together to solve problems and the school is there to help us. and we acquire the information we need to do what we feel is best for us. Some of us are going on to college, while others find careers and work towards their goals. Here at Salazar, we graduate with more than a diploma. We learn skills and make relationships that last a lifetime. Next slide, please. In conclusion, Salazar and everyone there is more than just a principal, a counselor, a teacher, or a staff member. They all work hard to help the students, to give them the opportunity to move on to the next phase in their lives. No judgment, but motivation to be the best they can be. So for those who often wonder, Salazar is the place that helps out many. And to Mr. Gonzalez, we thank you for always being there for us. Whether it was asking your mom for lunch money to help one of your students in need, to making sure we all had Chromebooks, to visiting our virtual classrooms to make sure we were all on task. You always go above and beyond, and for that, we will always be thankful. As this difficult and challenging year is coming to an end, on behalf of everyone at Ruben Salazar High School, we would like to send a sincere thank you to all the board members, superintendent, district employees, and teachers that have helped guide and navigate this unimaginable year for not only us, but all the students of El Rancho Unified School District, and for showing us your support and dedication. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you, Samantha, for a job well done once again. Yes, cheers to you. Thank you to Mr. Gonzalez for the leadership. Let me open it up right now to the board to congratulate you, all of you, for everything that is happening there at Salazar. It's no wonder that you have the accreditation. You've done a great job in these years that you've been there at Salazar. So we certainly thank you and appreciate that, Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Castillo?
Yes, good job, Mr. Gonzalez. Your team truly works together with you, which is really a compliment to everyone. I was impressed with your little PowerPoint. And the one thing that stands out to me were your one motivational words, whatever, the hopeful and opportunities, because you are offering plenty of opportunities in terms of their elective classes, their virtual activities. And I'll tell you, this year, I missed going to Salazar for your career day. I have gone the last couple of years and I kept thinking, oh, I missed it this year because you couldn't have one. But I look forward to enjoying that in the upcoming years. But well done. Congratulations to all.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Ms. Mejia?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Highlighting all your activities and programs truly shows why you're a model continuation school. So congratulations to the staff,
thank you.
To yourself, Mr. Gonzalez. And Samantha, great job with the presentation. You really truly bring out that student voice and why you love the school, and it was really heartfelt. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Ms. Perez?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I feel like the theme that I heard a lot from the students, it was like a second chance to really, where they felt like it was their home. Maybe they didn't get that, and so thank you so much for everything you do. And I even took a picture of one of the slides of all the different ways and creative ways to earn credits that I think is amazing. So I'll definitely be reaching out just to see how I can help, or how, because just to hear a little bit more details on that, because it's amazing. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Dr. Rivera?
Yes, thank you. Salazar never fails to amaze me. They always make the impossible possible for students. And it was a great presentation. Kudos to the staff. I'm glad to see that Salazar is still there providing that support to our students, because some of our students really need that additional support in order to bridge that gap and to move on to graduate. So congratulations to all of you. Great work. Salazar has my support all the way. I have a saying, because I did work in alternative education at one time. I was the principal at Bermuda School, and I received all the students who were, at-risk students from El Rancho. But this is something that I've learned through experience. You know, education will work if you're willing to change the learning dynamics. Anyone can learn if you're willing to change the learning dynamics. And I think that's what Salazar does. They change the learning dynamics to make everyone learn and be successful. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. And, Mr. Gonzalez, I too speak from experience because I follow in the footsteps of Dr. Rivera. When he left Bermudez, then I came in. So I was also principal for alternative ed for about 6 years. So when I say it's a model school, it is a model school, aside from the accreditation. And this is evidenced by just the experiences and what the school brings to the students to give them that second chance. And it is, you have taken, and your staff have taken Salazar from where it was several years back to where it is now, a truly, truly model school. Thank you for the work you have done there. Dr. Esparza, should I say something?
I just want to reiterate what all the board members said. Mr. Gonzalez has been a great leader there. The students are very, very lucky to have him and his staff. So many great things coming out of Salazar as a former continuation high school principal. Salazar is just an amazing place. Walking through those classrooms several months ago, but even seeing online what is happening, it's truly amazing. Both in person and online, what I've seen at Salazar, very high quality, amazing teachers, great staff. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Dr. Esparza.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, let's now move on to 12B. This is a presentation of the El Rancho Unified School District COVID-19 funding to the Board of Education by Ms. Marian Cerreo, Chief Business Officer. Ms. Cerreo?
Dr. Moreno, I think we skipped 12C.
I did. Thank you. Am I rushing?
Thank you.
Thank you for keeping me on track. I had a line through 12C, but you're right. Let me back up. Sorry to Mark Farrell. This is 12C for the record. Presentation of unissued bonds and estimated debt service payments for proposed bonds by Mr. Mark Farrell, Dale Scott and Company. Mr. Farrell, you're on.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Marino. Let's see if I will share the presentation that I believe trustees, you all should have in your board package. And but maybe first start out a little bit with kind of a timeline and a bit of a process about kind of what the county is doing in terms of setting the tax rates and why, and kind of why the county is asking the district for a resolution by June 30th to set a tax rate for next year, for the 21-22 tax year. So the county has set this deadline if school districts have not issued bonds by June 30th, but are planning on issuing bonds later in the fiscal year. The county asks districts to adopt a resolution and then provide the estimated payment schedule really for the next 12 to 18 months. And we'll kind of see why the county is just looking ahead to that period of time. So after the district would provide the resolution and the schedule to the county, kind of July and August, the county will do their calculations on the district's existing bonds that you've already issued, plus the potential bond issuance, and determine the tax rate. The county then mails the bills to property tax payers in October, sometime in October typically, and that first property tax payment is due on December 10th. And it's about half of the total property tax that each property owner owes for the year. We then, to kind of match up that timing, set the bond payment, the first bond payment to be in February, typically February 1st. And the second payment will be 6 months later. And so what happens then, as you know, the second property tax installment is due April 10th. And that is there then in time for the August 1st bond payment. So the county is having to look ahead really all the way into the following fiscal year to make sure that the property tax payments come in and sufficient time and amount to cover payments really for about the next 12 to 18 months. So the county's asking us to provide that estimate of the payments all the way through really the end of next calendar year. These are the this is the current tax rate for the 21 fiscal year, and then the projected tax rates for the district's bonds that have already been issued. So you can see this fiscal year, the tax rate was about $187 per 100,000 of assessed value. If the district did nothing and issued no further bonds, we'd expect that tax rate to drop to about $100 per 100,000 next year, kind of stay at about that level before dropping off in 2036. So the district chose not to pass this resolution at the next board meeting and provide the county the estimated payment schedule, and then decided later this fiscal year to issue bonds. What would happen and what the taxpayers would see would be that drop in the tax rate next year on the 21-22 tax bill, drop to somewhere around $100 per 100,000. And then if the bonds were issued later in the fiscal year, then in the 22-23 tax year, they'd see their tax bill come back up to somewhere around $180. So kind of over a 2-year span, the voters and the property taxpayers in the community would see that big kind of drop and then increase in their tax rates. What the county allows us to do by providing that estimated payment schedule is they'll go ahead and levy the tax for 21-22, keep it close to where it is today. We're estimating maybe around $180 per 100,000. And then I have it grayed out, but assuming the district followed through and issued the bonds later in the fiscal year, then those kind of gray bars would be the projected tax rates for the bond issuance that the district would do later this fiscal year. And kind of in doing this, then the community would see a more level tax rates over time. They wouldn't see kind of big fluctuations year to year. And I kind of cut and pasted kind of the key piece of the form that the county asks us to fill out, so you can kind of see what they're asking for. Basically, they're asking that the district plans to issue bonds later in the 21-22 year, and what those estimated payments about would be all the way out till December of 2022. So kind of that first payment between July 1st and June 30th, 22. That would be that February payment. That payment would be interest only. And then the second payment 6 months later in August, we're estimating about $3.2 million in principal and $700,000 in interest. And this is assuming a $35 million bond issuance. That amount can change. I know kind of where the district is in the process. You're kind of working on or looking at updating the master facility plan to come up with what projects would be kind of next to do. So this $35 million is a little bit, can be changed a little bit by the time we actually would issue the next series of bonds. And what it would do would down below change what those kind of maybe the components of principal and interest. So the county really is looking at the bottom line, the $700,000 roughly in that first payment, the 3.9 million in the second payment. As long as kind of the total payments for next year stayed within that range or wouldn't exceed that total amount, we can adjust the principal and interest a little bit if the district decided, well, we don't need 35 million, we need 30 million or 25 million, or no, we need 40 or 45 million. We would have that flexibility to make those adjustments by adjusting the kind of the amounts of principal and interest within that bond issuance. So you do have some flexibility, I know, again, because we're asking for or putting down a dollar amount a little bit ahead of when you have that really finalized. So happy to answer any questions that the trustees have.
All right, yes. several questions, but I'll start by board members. You have questions for Mr. Farrell? Just a show of hands.
Maybe me.
Oh, wait, hang on. I saw Ms. Perez first.
Yeah, go ahead.
And can you put up the last slide? Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you just explain to me, so like part B, like
Yes.
basic terms, like what does that exactly mean? That part.
So the where the check boxes where we anticipate payment of bond principal and interest, that section.
Yeah, that section.
Yeah. So so the county's basically asking for kind of the estimated amount of kind of the bond principal. So that would be the component of the $35 million. So that's basically kind of the dollar amounts authorized by the voters that we're issuing in little increments. So we have the Series A bonds, the Series B bonds. These would be the C bonds, and so we take a portion of that total amount authorized by the voters and issue those over time. So that would be the principal component. At the end of the day, the total principal you issue will equal the amount of the authorization the voters approved. And then the interest component is basically just that. It's the interest that gets paid to the investors. So we're selling these bonds and they might have a length or a term that goes all the way out, 20, 25, 30 years. And so that would be the interest component that the investors get. The interest is paid every 6 months, and then principal is paid every 12 months. And so that's why we have down below in that July 1 to June 30, 22 window, we have basically the one payment that's just interest. And then the July 1, 22 to December 31, 22, that would be the second payment, and that would have both interest and principal.
Really quick, yeah, no, that makes sense. I just wanted to make sure. When you mean the tax levy, that means that that the taxpayers would, that it would include like this, what is it called? I guess the addition, like the tax bills, is that the house tax?
Correct.
Bills?
So yeah, so the tax levy would be basically the tax rate. So when you get your property tax bill from the county, you'll have kind of the 1% amount that gets taxed on every property, and then you'd have El Rancho's dollar amount that would cover all of the bonds that El Rancho has issued. You might have a line item for a water district or a healthcare district or the community college district, and so all of those would kind of make up the total tax levy or the total tax amount that every property owner would have to pay. And so for our purposes, the tax levy we're concerned about is just the piece that covers El Rancho's bonds.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Ms. Mejia, well, does anyone have a question on this particular slide since it's up already? Because I do. Ms. Mejia? Okay, let me ask my question since the slide is up. So if we were to go ahead and submit the intent to issue $35 million with our next series, what I'm looking at, this is for the benefit of anyone who's watching this table. So this means that by between July 1st, 21 and June of 22, no, and December 22, we would have paid 3.87 million from the 35 million that we issued, correct?
It would be the 3,170,000. That would be the principal component.
Right.
So that would be
also the interest, right?
But then on top of that, you'd have the interest. Yes. So
right.
the total payments over the next 12 to 18 months would be about $4.6 million.
Correct. So we go ahead and issue, hypothetically, we issued 35 million. By December of 22, we would have paid 3.87 million out of this new series, correct?
Yes, you have paid back about
Right.
3.8 million.
So theoretically, we have this money, but it sits in the bank and we're not utilizing it. We're still paying on it.
Correct.
Okay. I just
So-
need to have clarification that if we were to issue 35 million and because we don't have all the other, say the project list in place, there are other, the facilities manager, the plan, the facilities plan, et cetera, we would not be utilizing this 35 million. It would be sitting there. It's available, but however, the payments still continue.
Correct. And typically in a bond program, you try to time your bond issuances so you're issuing about every 2 to 3 years. There are some rules around how quickly you need to spend the bond money after you issue. And kind of the general rule is to spend 85% within 3 years.
Within 3 years.
So typically what we try to do is time the bonds to be sold every 2 to 3 years, rather than say, let's issue small amounts every year, because every time you issue bonds, there's a certain amount of fixed costs. So we're trying to manage the efficiency of issuing larger amounts that you'll spend over a 2 to 3 year period of time versus maybe having more certainty about how much we'll spend over the next 12 months, but then incurring unnecessary costs, which ultimately reduce the amount of proceeds you have available for projects.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Farrell. All right. Ms. Castillo, Ms. Mejia, Dr. Rivera, you have questions for Mr. Farrell?
I don't think I have, this is Carolyn. I don't believe that I have any questions because I understand that once we have the bond money available, we need to probably be in a position to phase the spending or the expenditure. And that's to sort of, I guess, level out the property taxes that we levy to the residents of the community. So when I look at this estimated tax, the estimated amount of money, I wouldn't say concerns, but maybe I do have concerns because we are currently sitting on some unexpended dollars right now. And our projects we have 3 projects in work today, and they're not moving as quickly as I'd like to see. And so the expenditure rate is not that aggressive. And we do have some work in place where we're trying to identify future projects based on our assessment needs, which are in progress now, our facilities assessment. Plus that we know that we have some big ticket items coming on board. And so with the timing, it might be that, in my opinion, it might be that we would be looking for a less amount of money to make sure that we're covered. But based on our timing for our larger projects, we would be able to have a better cash flow. That's my thinking. So anyway, the $35 million that is identified here is not fixed. We have the opportunity to identify on a resolution the amount of money that we wish to proceed with, correct?
This provides an estimate to the county. The board could always choose to issue a smaller amount. And what we would do, basically what would happen if you issued a smaller amount, looking at this table, the interest amounts would decrease just because you have a smaller amount of principal that you're paying interest on. So the interest amounts would decrease. So we could increase the amount of principal paid in that second column. So at the end of the day, what would the totals will balance. So the tax that the county levied, we would make sure to set that total payment within that same amount. So we just reduce the interest, increase the principal on this table, and that amount of bonds could drop to whatever number the trustees decided on. And the timing of the bond issuance can be all the way really until, almost about this time next year, because again, the county is levying largely for that second payment, that August payment that would have the principal in that payment. So, the district wouldn't have to even issue this calendar year. We could actually be issuing in the spring. And again, it's kind of that trade-off between the timing and having not have the tax rate bounce up and down.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Marina, if I may.
Yes, Ms. Mejia.
Yeah, so one of the questions was answered already because I was going to ask if you're able to issue less. That's like a limit. You can always issue less. That was already answered. But can you go back to the previous slide before this one? So here you're going over the $100 limit. $100 per thousand. Is that
This shows all of the bond measures. So A, E, 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 R, and is it C? If I'm remembering all the measure letters correctly.
ER.
So this is the aggregate tax rate for all of the different bond elections, not just ER.
So if we were to issue, then the amount would go up to like, so it's right there over 175 per 100 of assessed value.
Right. So currently it's at $187,
Okay.
and so we would estimate
Combined.
it being around 100 combined, all for all of the bond measures, and so we're estimating it to be about around $180 next year per 100,000.
Thank you.
$180 per 100,000.
Correct. So a little bit lower than it is this year.
Okay.
And my guess is it'll be probably even a little bit lower than that. The county has, other kind of supplemental collections, other additional monies that kind of come in over the course of the year that tend to push that down a little bit. So it's probably a bit of a more conservative estimate on the higher side.
Dr. Marina, if I may, I just had one more comment because
Please, yeah.
I know Ms. Castillo had mentioned, well, we're kind of sitting on something, but we also do have a big project coming up that is the pool project.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty big. So I think that we might need this. So it's definitely, I think, something for us to consider moving forward with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Dr. Rivera, I have other questions and comments, but if you have some, go ahead, please.
No, I know you were talking about the taxes per 100,000 in Pico. I think the average home now is about 600,000. So that's about $1,000 or more of a property tax bill that'll be tacked on to everybody's taxes. But I have a few reservations here. On the 35 million, can we defer that another year? Can we say that we want to defer that another year? And the only reason I say that is because we do have some upcoming projects, but they're taking so long to be approved. And I kind of see this like a home equity loan. You take out a home equity loan, but you're not sure how much you're going to spend. And it's just sitting there and you have to pay on it. So I was just wondering if we were able to defer this until we're very close to having some projects that are clear the approval process, and then we can act on it. Is that possible?
Yes, I mean the board could choose not to approve the levy or ask the county to do the levy next year, and then this is what we would be looking at for tax rates. So the community would see a pretty significant drop in the tax rate this year, but then let's say you issued $35 million a year from now, then you'd see that tax rate go back up to that, say, $180 per 100,000 level.
So we could split that 35 million. We can take, what is it, 17.5 1 year and 17.5 another year?
Yes, you could do that.
So then the property tax would go up in increments then, not as significant.
You could, yes, you could allow the tax rate to drop. You could do one of two things. You could ask for the 17.5 million, but still keep the tax rate the same. So to still keep it at that roughly $180 per 100,000 level. And that just means you would pay off the bonds faster. So it's kind of analogous to a 15-year mortgage versus a 30-year mortgage. So the 30-year mortgage has a lower payment, a lower tax rate, but over 30 years, you're going to pay a lot more interest. If you decided to do the 17.5 million, but keep the tax rate at the $180, you'd be able to pay it off faster. So you'd still have that higher tax rate, but over that period of time, let's say it ended up being 15 years that it took to pay it off, you'd pay less interest overall. So it's kind of that, again, it's that trade-off.
Okay, so let me play this out. So if we defer it next year, and so we're closer to the approval process, or a projects have already been approved, and we go for the 35 million, you're projecting that the residents of our community will be charged $187 per 100,000 of their property value, right? So it would be 600,000, 187,000. So would that be 187 6 times? Multiply that 6 times?
Yes.
So then it would be over $1,000 then.
Yeah.
For the year. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Okay, so I really wouldn't want to levy any taxes on the taxpayers by issuing bonds and not having project list in how it's going to be spent, not having how it's going to be allocated. It is not right that taxpayers be paying taxes on money that's just sitting in the bank. If their dollars are being put to work, great. So this is why I'm concerned about, and I want to follow up on Dr. Rivera's question about, we don't have to issue them right now. I mean, the resolution will allow us to issue a new series of bonds for the next 12 months, within the next 12 months?
Basically, yes. If the district would plan to issue bonds by, let's say, June 1st next year, then yes, that's what this resolution is doing. It's allowing you to defer the issuance until later this fiscal year, even in say spring of 2022. But what would happen is you'll have the tax rate, and we can discuss whether 180 is the right dollar amount, but you would have some amount of tax on the tax levy for the 21-22 fiscal year.
Even though we haven't issued the series, they would still be at tax levied.
Correct.
And we don't know how much that is.
What the series will be?
Well, we don't know what the tax levy will be based on.
The tax levy. So the tax levy will be based on this sheet that we show the county, that we send to the county with the resolution. And so these numbers basically get to that 180 per $100,000 amount.
So that, because that's a steep increase in the taxes for taxpayers.
Well, it's actually a decrease in basically keeping it level from what they paid.
Well, right.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
So okay. So we can go ahead and submit a resolution, but not for that amount. We can lower the amount because there are some projects, as was mentioned earlier, that need to get done that will require a significant amount to do. Our concern right now is that all these, there's no project list.
Right.
We've had numerous reasons why they're delayed, so it's not moving. So I wouldn't want the district to have all this bond monies available if they're not immediately being put to use. And we understand, the delays, that they're justified, et cetera, et cetera. I just want us to be cautioned more than anything to protect the taxpayers, which is all of us here on the board who all live here.
Yes.
Mhm. So we'll definitely be looking for your recommendation. What would be, because right now you threw this 35 millions.
Right.
Because if I recall from your previous presentation, you said that at this time, this was a sensible amount that we could comfortably issue without going over.
Correct. What we were trying to do, again, not tying this to a specific projects because that's still in the works, was just looking at the balance of the bonds to be issued and saying, okay, how much could reasonably be issued, in this fiscal year, and then spacing out to issue the balance of the bonds over the next, 5-6 years or so. So we could definitely, if the board's preference is to, try to keep that tax rate kind of roughly, level as it was from this year to next, but 35 million is too high based on what you already have in the bank, so to speak, and the projects you think might be coming up in the next year to 2 years. We could absolutely lower this dollar amount. 10 million, 15 million, we could come up with a much lower number, something that would, again, keep the taxpayers from seeing their tax bills change significantly year over year, but also not, again, if we issue 35 million, you're paying interest on 35 million. That's going to be higher than if we only issued 10 or 15 million. So we could definitely, submit to the county a much lower dollar amount as the kind of planned issuance amount. And again, the numbers on the bottom won't change too much. The interest amounts will go down and we'd increase the principal amount. Again, assuming we want to keep that tax rate around that $180 level.
All right, thank you. Ms. McKee, I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, Dr. Esparza had her hand up before me, so.
Oh, I don't see you, Dr. Esparza. Go ahead.
So I want to be extremely transparent for the public that we don't have $200 million in the bank just sitting there. So we do have 29 million, and that 29 million will be going to the locker room project, to the HVAC project, possibly some of it to the window project. We do have some deferred maintenance, but we're also going to be looking at a facilities master plan. And so that 29 million might seem like a lot that's in the bank right now, but actually the architects are working. They've been working with Jeff and Ms. Sorrell. And so I just wanted to make sure that the community doesn't think that we're holding out on $200 million in the bank, just sitting around waiting for us to figure out what projects we have. No, that's not what's happening. There are 3 big projects in the work, and we'd like to also, bring on the pool project as soon as possible. I know Jeff and Marianne are in the works with that too. So if we do go below 35, I just ask that it be at a place where next year, possibly at the beginning of next year, once our facilities master plan and our facilities assessment, our facilities master plan is created, that we're able to have something available to continue with projects, because we'll have these projects in the works already.
Thank you for the clarification, Dr. Esparza, because it's true. We don't have $200 million in the bank. Ms. Mejia?
Yeah, so I just thank you for that, Dr. Esparza, because I was going to ask you to give us a recap on that clarification for that. But when will we know more or less how much the pool project will be, like the So,
So we'll find out from the architect soon.
okay, so even more so because of that, I think that we definitely need to keep this in mind in order to be able to fund it, to have that project come to fruition. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, any additional questions on this bond? Okay, I don't see all the board members. I don't see Dr. Rivera or Ms. Perez. So if you have no additional questions and I don't see any hands, thank you, Mr. Farrell, for this information. Oh, I do have one last question. This is due to the county by June 30th, correct?
Correct.
So at the next board meeting, this is when we would have to, board members have a definite amount. Well, first of all, we're gonna send the resolution and a definite number there, okay? All right, thank you once again. All right, let's.
Thank you, good evening.
Good evening. Let me now move on to 12D. This is a presentation of El Rancho Unified School District COVID-19 funding to the Board of Education by Marian Serrao, Chief Business Officer. Ms. Serrao.
Good evening, Roland. If you would put the presentation up for me, please. We would like to present the board and the community with an update of the COVID-related funding and expenditures through March 31st. First, I would like to thank Lily Huntenberg and her team for all of their work, keeping track of all this wonderful money that the district has coming in the door. So I'm going to go through this by each funding source and talk briefly about what the money can be spent on, how much the district received, when it must be spent by, and what is left to be planned. So the CARES Act is the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. And one component is the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, which is most commonly referred to as ESSER. And the one we're going to talk about first is ESSER 1. There's ESSER 2 and 3, but we'll get to those shortly. So the first one is ESSER 1, and the district received $1,860,643. And through March 31st, we had spent $1,538,309, with a remaining amount of $322,343 to be spent, and all must be spent by the end of September of 22. It's allowed to be used for coordinating with public health departments, providing principals and their administration with specific needs by site, activities to address unique needs of low-income children or students, students with disabilities, English learners, racial and ethnic minorities, students experiencing homelessness, and those in foster care. It's for developing and implementing procedures and systems to improve the preparedness and responses, how to provide online learning and provide meals to students, staff training and professional development on sanitation to reduce spread of infectious diseases, and purchasing supplies to sanitize and clean facilities, including any buildings operated by the district, whether there are students there or not. Additionally, educational technology, software and connectivity for students, mental health services and supports, summer learning, and other things necessary to remain operational. You may recall that we could not reduce any staff in custodial food services or transportation staff based by federal and state guidelines during this time. The next one more slide, please, Roland. Thank you very much. The next one we'll discuss briefly is ESSER 2. ESSER 2, the grant amount is $7,375,343. The amount spent through March 31st is $0, with the entire grant still remained to be spent. This does not need to be spent until September of 24. So the CIA Department of Business Services will be working together with the superintendent over the summer to put a detailed plan together for best uses of these funds. They're being spent last because we have a much longer window to spend them. So in addition to the ESSER 1 allowable expenses that we talked about just a minute ago, these are also able to use for summer learning, after school programs, providing instruction to the same student populations we discussed earlier. The focus is on addressing learning loss, providing high quality assessments to accurately assess the students' academic progress and assist teachers in meeting their needs and providing differentiated instruction to catch them up for any learning loss. Implementing evidence-based activities, and providing information assistance to parents and families of how they can support their students. Also tracking student attendance and improving student engagement during distance learning. The one thing that's very interesting comparing ESSER 2 to ESSER 1 is that ESSER 2 does allow expenditures related to school facility repairs and improvements related to reducing transmission of the virus, inspections, maintenance and repair, specifically are called out indoor air quality, which our district has very aggressively been addressing, much more aggressively than somewhere I used to be. Ventilation, air conditioning systems, windows, and door replacements. Other activities that need to be done to continue employing existing staff. The next component of the CARES Fund we're going to talk about is the Learning Loss Mitigation LLM, and it is part of the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act. These acronyms get to be a bit much after a while. So part of this is called GEAR, the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, and that grant is $472,000 and had to be spent by March 31st of 21. That has been spent 100%. 340,000 was spent on technology, and 131,000 was used for various signage that was needed for the students and the staff related to COVID. The next piece of that is the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, GF Prop 98. That allocation was $753,431. That again needed to be spent by March 31st. 519,000 was spent on food services, salaries and benefits, 60,000 for operating supplies for food service, and 131,000 for food and food service. You notice there's a small amount of 404 left to be spent, but I assure you that has been taken care of before we closed out May 31st. The next piece is the Learning Loss Mitigation, Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act. And for that, there's an allocation of $7,298,049 that needed to be spent again by March 31st. And again, it's fully spent at May 31. So we spent about $754,000 on salaries in 1920, $252,000 on Chromebooks and hotspots in 1920. Then in 2021, $2 million on salaries and benefits overall, $325,000 for distance learning materials, $420,000 on computer software to support distance learning, and $912,000 on devices, and $387,000 on personal protective equipment and supplies. And that has been fully spent at May 31. So some of the allowable uses for the learning loss mitigation are to fund activities to support pupil academic achievement and mitigate learning loss, again, related to school closures. Extending the instructional school year by making adjustments to the academic calendar or increasing instructional minutes. Providing academic services for pupils such as diagnostic assessment, intensive instruction for addressing gaps, and additional instructional materials, as well as connectivity in classroom and distance learning. Providing integrated pupil supports to address barriers to learning, such as health counseling, mental health counseling, professional development to teachers and parents, and supporting pupils in their distance learning context. Also addressing school lunch programs and breakfast programs. This is off topic a little bit, but I think we've mentioned to you before, Billy Savager's done an amazing job, and the district is qualifying for CEP next year. So all students will receive a no-cost breakfast and lunch. It's very exciting, I think, for the district. It'll be really good for the community. Sorry, I got off topic just a minute. The learning loss mitigation is also for any health and safety concerns that the district might have. Then Assembly Bill, Senate Bill 86 is the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. This has an allocation of $6,020,675, and the total must be spent by August 31st of 22. CIA will be presenting the district plan later in this board meeting, and so they'll go into more detail for you on how that's been allocated. If you can go to 14 for me, Roland, thank you, sir. The American Rescue Plan, also called ARP, also referred to as ESSER 3, has a couple components. The district has $3,348,769 set aside for learning loss. That needs to be spent by September 30 of 2024. as well as ESSER 3 grant in amount of $13,395,076. Again, that's being spent by September 30, 2024. The total for ESSER 3 for the district is $16,743,845. And this, again, the district CIA, the Superintendent Business Services, will be working this summer to put a detailed plan together. This money is being looked at last because it has the longest window within which we can spend the money. So we're trying to make sure that we spend the money that has to be spent first and plan that out first. For ESSER 3, 20% is for learning loss mitigation. You hear that very consistently through all of these fundings. They're very, very similar. And maintenance of equity requirements are also included in here to make sure that high poverty schools are not left out of the conversation. And that's the end. I hope I was clear, and please do let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Arreo. Yes, I have questions, but let me open it up to the board. Board members? Ms. Castillo, go ahead.
Yeah, but I understand with this funding that you have very specific activities that you have to fund, plus that you have timetables. And so it's good that you're spending the money on time. But my concern, I guess, is that a lot or some of the money could be used for facilities, indoor air quality. And so with that, and I hope it's at the 9/24 date, are you looking at having, once we get the assessment done, having a list of opportunities that we could maybe improve our indoor quality within the different schools? Because you're going to put air conditioning, ventilators, that kind of stuff. So I'm hoping that some money gets earmarked for that.
So the district has already purchased air scrubbers for all the elementary. The middle school and high school have not arrived yet, so we can't pay for them quite yet, but that will be money that we can allocate from these funds to pay for that. We are doing a full review of the windows, and once we get information back from the architects, then we'll know what the cost of that will be to see which portion can come from ESSER money or COVID money and which portion will need to come from the bond. They'll also be giving us reviews on all of the equipment. So air conditioning, electrical, plumbing, all of that will be coming back. So it's sort of a multi-pronged attack. We have the facility assessment. We will be doing the facility master plan. And when all those components come together, then we're going to have a list of items that need to be done. The district does have quite a bit of need in the facility area. And then we can prioritize those against the dollars we have available. We also have the pool project, windows, air conditioning, and we also have shade structures going.
Does this money allow you to hire additional facilities project managers to oversee the projects?
From the COVID and ESSER money?
Yes.
It does not. No.
Yeah, because I think that's our biggest problem is we're sort of lacking the resources to oversee that kind of project management.
There are a couple options there. You can hire a facility manager. You can also hire construction managers. It depends which way the board would like to go, but those can absolutely be paid from bond funds, but not from these funds. There are funds available, just not this pocket.
Okay. We just have to figure out which would be the best approach.
Absolutely. And I think once we have that.
Your expenditure dates. I'd rather see us spending the COVID money first versus our bond money if we can get away with it.
I understand. And we have to also keep in mind that this money is really primarily meant to make sure we bridge any learning loss gaps for the students that have been in distance learning for a year. And I will bow to the CIA group to say how best to support students. That's not in my wheelhouse, but we'll definitely work together on that.
Okay, thank you.
I hope I answered your questions.
Yeah, you did.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Ms. Mejia, did I see your hand? No, okay. Ms. Perez, yes, go ahead.
Just have one quick question. So the LCAP right now, that does a lot of, how we're going to spend the budget. Is that at all related to how we're going to spend this money, or is that a whole nother workflow?
So the LCAP is not a funding source, but it's a way of reporting how money is spent. And it's primarily focused on the quote unquote normal money. So the LCFF, which is primarily the state money, and the Title 1, 2, 3, the federal money, is primarily surrounded around that.
And thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Is there and maybe this is already known, but the way that the LCAP is like formatted to be very clear of the goals and taking stakeholder input, is there a similar process for that for ESSER money at all? Or is it just...
There is not at this time, no. I think part of the situation is the money's coming very fast. Sometimes the money comes and then how you're supposed to spend it sort of trails after. Also, sometimes they'll give you money and then they'll tell you, oh, you need to give us a plan. And oh, by the way, it's due in a month and a half. So it's wonderful, all this money, but some of the timing is a little bit awkward.
Because that's one of the, this class that I'm taking, they talked about like how they're doing something like that, I think. I don't know if it's coming from the state or the federal level, where the requirements or like kind of the process that they acquire, that they want now, is coming later. And so I just wanted to see if we're going to adopt that or if we're taking that into account.
There's nothing yet for the ESSER funding.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
And the LCAP, just to go sideways a little bit again, the LCAP has changed multiple times over the last couple of years. And then because of COVID, they said, oops, no, we're not going to do an LCAP last year. We're going to do something else. So that's one of the challenges in the school industry.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Perez. Dr. Rivera or Ms. Mejia?
I just wanted to make a quick comment. I know that Ms. Perez asked about if there was any stakeholder input for the extended learning opportunities grant. There was stakeholder input. So I just wanted to put that out there.
There was, and the CIA group will go into a lot more detail. I didn't want to, repeat their good work and let them do that themselves.
Thank you. So in total, by my calculations, the district has received over 19 million with this additional funding, COVID funding.
Yes.
Okay, 19,077,000, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And some of it has been spent, but most of it is in the process of being spent, but definitely we will be spending it all. And so just a comment about the redirection of some of these monies, keeping in mind that the priority is for students, the safety and well-being of students and staff, the environment, all of the safety measures to ensure that everyone's safe. But at the same time, also, now that this is a unique opportunity with this funding that we receive in the redirection of these funds so that we can free up some of that money that we can't otherwise get. We have more restrictions on. But anyway, that'll be a conversation for another meeting. If there are no additional questions here for Ms. Arreo, I then would like to move on to the next agenda item. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Arreo, once again for this information. I know this was important because we just keep hearing about all these pockets of money that have come over the course of this past 12 months, but to see it all together just gives us a good picture of how much we have received and how it has been spent. And it's all in the best interest of everyone here in the district.
And if I might add, we're tracking this in a lot more detail than any of you would ever want to see, unless you get me to have something put you to sleep. So if you want us to come back, every other month and give you an update or once a quarter, just let Dr. Esparza know what you would like us to do. And we're very happy to do that for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Arreo. All right. Let's move on to 12E, which is the presentation on the Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant, otherwise known as ELO. Dr. Esparza.
Thank you. So this evening, the Office of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Directors will be presenting on the Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant, talking about the stakeholder input and how the grant was, or the plan for the grant was created. We wanted to, again, reiterate that when the dollars came, it was several months after that requirements on how you have to implement this money or use this money in your district and what the plan needed to be. kind of caught us in a place where we were already thinking of all these different things that we could do with the plan, and making sure that it was, again, on the responses from the stakeholder input. So the parents, the students, the district staff, and so many other people within the district, other employees, not just teachers, participated to make sure that we had a solid plan, and we made sure that the monies are going to be used wisely and so for the best interest of our students. So with that, Jasmine, Roberta, Gisela.
Thank you, Dr. Esparza, and good evening, El Rancho Community School Board members. Thank you for the opportunity to share the extended learning opportunity grant plan with you. As Dr. Esparza shared, the template became available in late March, and we've been busily working to gather stakeholder input. And we want to thank all our stakeholders, our teachers, our parents, our students, our administrators, our classified staff, everybody that contributed with their ideas to this process. We wanted to be sure that we shared all this information and walked you through the plan. So this has been a team effort. We have done this as an ERUSD community, and so we wanted to present to you as this community. So Ms. Castellano and Ms. Gonzalez will assist me in presenting the plan to you, and I'll hand it over to Ms. Gonzalez at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez Diaz, and thank you to our El Rancho community for your interest in and support of this important opportunity for our students in our community. Next slide, please. Before taking a look at our plan, we did first want to review some basic plan requirements and some related information to provide you with the context for the information that we'll be sharing with you. So to be eligible for funding, districts must use these funds, these ELO funds, Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant funds, to implement a learning recovery program for, at minimum, the students included in these groups here. And so as you can see, this group really does include those students in our community that would be considered our most vulnerable learners. And again, as indicated here, the focus is on learning recovery. So these dollars really are focused on making certain that we address any of the learning loss that took place as a result of our over a year in distance learning. As part of the ELO plan development process, districts were required to involve parents and staff, and that is per Ed Code. And in recognition of the rigorous timeline that was established for the development and adoption of this plan, the California Department of Education did explicitly allow districts to integrate the stakeholder engagement related to the development of the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant Plan into their ongoing LCAP stakeholder engagement process. And so that is precisely what we did here in El Rancho in the interest of efficiency and moving forward in the most streamlined manner as we tackled both the ELO and the LCAP. So as referenced in previous sessions, we did convene over 20 engagement sessions with stakeholders for the LCAP. And within some of those sessions, we explicitly asked questions about the ELO and recommendations for how to best put these dollars to use. In addition, we were very pleased that our community was willing to provide input via surveys. And so we did collect nearly 900 surveys from staff and parents who weighed in on those particular topics they felt were critical to student success within the next year and within the next 3 years. And so we were very pleased to collect a very broad cross-section of feedback from our members in the community. And one of the things that we will be doing is taking that input and addressing it strategically via the ELO, via the LCAP, as well as some of the other federal dollars that Ms. Sorrell described in her presentation. Next slide, please. So based on our student demographic information, ERUSD will receive an estimated $6,020,675. Now, El Rancho Unified's allocation was calculated using the LCFF entitlement as of the 2020-2021 P1 apportionment and preliminary CalPADS data. The final allocations will be revised to reflect the district's LCFF entitlement as of the 2020-21 P2 apportionment and final CalPADS data. And so that's a uniform formula that was applied statewide. Now, per CDE, districts' plans for the use of these funds must adhere to the following fiscal requirements. LEAs or districts must use at least 85% of its apportionment for expenditures related to providing in-person services. So there's absolutely a premium placed on in-person supports for students. Districts must also use at least 10% of the funding that is received based on the LCFF entitlement to hire paraprofessionals to provide supplemental instruction and support for the duration of the program. In addition, an LEA or district may use up to 15% of its apportionment to increase or improve services for students participating in distance learning or to support activities intended to prepare the LEA for in-person instruction before in-person instructional services are offered. And in respect to a timeline for these resources, districts may use ELO funds for any eligible expenditures from the start of the 2020-21 fiscal year on July 1, 2020 through August 31st, 2022. And all expenditures, including reimbursements, must be linked to an allowable use. I'm now going to pass it to Ms. Castañón, who will be providing some additional information regarding an overview of the ELO.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Education Code Section 43522B identifies 7 supplemental instruction and support strategies listed below as the strategies that may be supported with ELO grant funds. 1, extended instructional learning time. 2, accelerating progress. 3, integrated supports. 4, community learning hubs. 5, support for credit recovery. 6, additional academic supports. And 7, training for school staff. EDCOS does not require our ELAs or district to implement each supplemental instruction and support strategy. Rather, districts are afforded the flexibility to develop strategies that reflect community input and student needs. Based on this guidance, ERUSD identifies strategies 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 for implementation. Next slide. Per guidance, ERUSD will utilize expanded learning opportunities grant funds to facilitate learning recovery needed as a result of the pandemic. As part of these learning recovery efforts, ERUSD will leverage these resources to not only address students' immediate learning needs, but also establish multi-tiered systems of support. More specifically, El Rancho will utilize the ELO grant to fund the staff needed to offer a broad range of Tier 1 and Tier 2 academic and SEL-related supports for students. These investments will facilitate a whole child approach to teaching and learning that will support students as they transition back to in-person learning. Next slide, please. The elementary summer school program will mark the official launch of in-person instruction across all elementary school campuses. The summer school session will operate 3 hours per day from June 15th through July 9th. The program will target ERUSD most academically vulnerable students in grades K through 4, with priority given to English learner students. The program will focus on facilitating learning recovery with students receiving language arts, math, and VAP instruction each day. The allocations in the budget include estimated costs for teaching, support, and administrative staff. Next slide, please. ERUSD will utilize ELO funds to expand our emerging MTSS infrastructure. Instructional aids will be placed in every TK to 3rd grade classroom district-wide to 1, ensure best first instruction for all students in all classrooms, and 2, support small group instruction to effectively address students' individual academic needs. In addition, RTI, MTSS resource hubs will be placed at each elementary school site to support grades 4 and 5 with delivering individualized small group instruction. Per ELO guidelines, funds may be utilized for educator training for both certificated and classified staff in accelerating learning strategies and effectively addressing learning gaps, including training and facilitating quality and engaging learning opportunities for all students. ERUSD will leverage these resources to make significant investments in the professional learning of its employees. Specific professional development delineated here includes NGSS training, designated and integrated ELD to support English learners, and cognitive coaching training for administrators identified specifically to build the capacity of our staff to best support students. Investing in our people will promote the sustainability of our efforts over the long term and continue to deliver benefits that extend far beyond the duration of this grant. Finally, ELO funds will be invested in acquiring paper online tutoring support programs for students. The program offers individualized tutoring around the clock to support students in content areas. For more information on this program, please visit their website. It is what we're recommending to support. It can be seen at paper.com. And now I'll hand it over to Ms. Chavez Diaz.
Good evening again. If I could have the next slide. Mental health issues can have a direct impact on students' learning and academic performance. Our students are experiencing and are witnessing trauma on a daily basis, and these traumatic events can have a profound impact on otherwise healthy children and adolescents' psychosocial, emotional, and mental health, especially as they transition from distance learning to in-person learning. Providing ELO funding for additional mental health counselors for our students will provide the necessary assistance that our students may need. ELO funds will help create the student intervention team so that they can provide ongoing training and support to special education teachers, service providers, parents, general education teachers, other paraprofessionals, and school staff. The services of the student intervention team will focus on those students exhibiting behaviors that impair their ability to participate in the educational process, impact their learning or social interactions. The team will assist in the development and implementation of individualized student behavioral interventions by collecting behavioral data, collaborating on the development of behavior plans for the purpose of providing a safe and effective educational environment for students with challenging behaviors. The student intervention team will collaborate with the school psychologists, school site staff, and district personnel to provide individualized student assessments and assistance in the development of appropriate communication and social behaviors. In addition, the student intervention team would assist with training and workshops on topics related to behavioral change, assessment interventions, evidence-based practices, and progress monitoring. A parent community liaison assists in maintaining a parent and or community center for all our school sites by providing various resources and information to parents through workshops and training, and letting them know what resources are available to them to support them as parents. A parent community liaison will have to communicate with diverse groups of parents and community members while displaying tact and courtesy and establishing and maintaining effective relationships between the district, our schools, and the parents of the students we serve. Next slide. Due to the pandemic and school closures, some students have experienced credit loss and will require additional support to recoup those credits before graduation. The 2 additional high school counselors will focus on working with juniors and seniors who need to recover credits. The counselors will identify students in need of credit recovery, program into APEX courses, and monitor their progress. To support credit recovery, we are also purchasing 500 APEX licenses. That is an increase of 240 licenses as compared to pre-pandemic years. APEX is an online platform that allows students with the opportunity to focus on exactly what he or she needs to master and recover credits. Next slide. ERUSD is also seeking the services of a progress monitoring system to obtain information regarding the effectiveness of these proposed measures to support students. In particular, a progress monitoring system will provide El Rancho with data in various measures of overall school functioning, including tracking students' sentiments of inclusion and belonging, understanding student learning environments, and acting on drivers of student well-being. A progress monitoring system will employ trained professionals equipped to gather a host of qualitative data regarding various measures of overall school climate and academic functioning. This data will be utilized to inform decision-making regarding the sustainability of efforts and allocations of district resources. Next slide. Again, thank you for the opportunity to go a little bit more in detail into our plan and to share with you how we want to use the ELO to support our students, our staff, and our community. At this time, if there are any questions, we welcome them.
Thank you to the three directors. A lot of information here, and I'm sure there are questions from the board, comments as well. Certainly appreciate what has been said here, but I'll definitely raise questions in my head. Let me start with board members. Well, let me start with Dr. Rivera since he just turned on the camera. Dr. Rivera?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the comprehensive presentation here. You know, one of the things I was just curious about, other than the LPAC, in terms of the results that we're getting from there, are there any other forms of assessment or diagnostics that are going to be used to inform instruction or lesson planning? And are we documenting any of those gains, or how are we documenting? That's what I was just wondering about.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. So sorry.
Please, Ms. Chavez, go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Rivera, one of the things that we've really been focusing on is using data to drive our instruction and drive our decision-making. And through the use of Illuminate and the addition of EduClimber, we are going to be able to use not only our interim assessments, but our grades and other diagnostic measures like the screeners and what we use through Renaissance to really monitor the progress that our students are making. And that's going to be essential as we return to in-person instruction. We want to make sure that everything we're doing is data-driven. And these interim assessments that we were able to build before the pandemic are going to be crucial. Our teachers have been amazing and fabulous about working with us and updating them to fit the mode of instruction that we are currently using. So I think these are going to be excellent resources that we can use to monitor and really gauge where our students need to focus and how well we are meeting those needs. The other part I would like to mention is the Summer Academy. One of the things that we're going to focus during the curriculum planning is really meeting with our teachers by grade level or subject area to have them identify those learning gaps that our students might be experiencing, and then designing not only lessons, activities, but also assessments that will help inform and address those needs.
So are we using district-wide assessments, or are you just using local assessments?
We're using district-wide assessments. The interim assessments through Illuminate are district-wide. They're created by grade level for ELA and for math. We are also going to be working on ELD assessments, and our goal is to expand that to also include science this coming year by adding the science quadrant. But in addition to that, we also have screeners that we use from grades 1st through 9 for ELA. So we are using both in-house and then purchased diagnostic assessments.
So you're just using Illuminate, that's it?
Illuminate is a database where we create our own in-house. Renaissance is another one that we use, and that one isn't in-house. That one is through Renaissance, which is also how they own Mayan, they own Accelerated Reader. So we use those two so far.
Okay.
If I might also add, Dr. Rivera, one of the things that we had worked on pre-pandemic was also building our capacity at an administrative level to examine and to analyze data and to use that to really drive a process for continuous improvement. And so we're very much hoping to continue that, so that not only will we have these great sources of data, but we're also going to be establishing systems and an infrastructure and procedures district-wide to be able to analyze data in a systematic way that will also help us to inform how we might facilitate best practices district-wide, in the sense that when we find those amazing pockets of excellence that start to emerge as a result of wonderful teaching, we can examine that and then begin to replicate that across sites or across grade levels. And so that is also a focus of our work, in addition to continuing to look at multiple measures and the important role that formative assessment will play as well.
And I'm glad to hear that, because as you know, I do support benchmark testing to see where our students are periodically. I don't like to wait till April, and from the state testing to find out where we are. But if we are able to measure that quarterly, we can keep our kids in the right direction. Thank you for the information.
Dr. Rivera, if I can add just one more point. The Illuminate assessments are 3 times a year, so 1 per trimester. So I agree, I don't like waiting till April either. The other part that's going to be a great benefit to us is that this year the state allowed us to use different assessments beyond the CAS, but the district determined that that was the more feasible option. So for our grades, grades 1 through 12, all our students took an assessment 3 times a year. But for our testing grades, we were able to use the broad assessments from Illuminate, and that's going to be beneficial because those scores are given to us immediately. So when our teachers meet in the summer to start addressing mitigating loss, they are going to have that data at their fingertips, and so they don't have to wait for CAS scores. Normally, we wouldn't get those till August once the students have started, but now our teachers will be able to see that in July and plan accordingly.
And that's a great use of data decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Board members? Okay, Ms. Perez.
Thank you for the presentation. I had a question. I think one of the last slides talked about the data, like a one place. And I know a previous district had meant, I think it's Santa Ana, they have like a data hub. Is that what that's referring to? Like where all the data, both academic, emotional, personal information is kind of in one place? Is that what this slide's talking about?
Ms. Perez, so that's very similar to what EduClimber is going to provide us with, which you already approved, and that is in conjunction with Illuminate. What this progress monitoring system would allow us to do is it would measure other aspects that aren't academic. So for example, we're doing a lot of work with SEL. How do we determine if that's beneficial or not? We want to monitor engagement of our students, our staff. So this would allow us to measure other parts that are not necessarily academic so that we get a whole vision and can see if the efforts that we're making are producing the results that we need. But I think what you were mentioning is very similar to what EduClimber does. And we're very excited about that platform because as you stated, it's going to allow us to look at the whole child, not just the grades and the test scores, but every piece of the child.
So EduClimber would be like the data warehouse, and then this new tool would be what measures that external, like non-academic skill type of thing?
Yes. So we want to make sure that we're measuring other pieces that are not just part of the academics, because we know there's more to our staff and more to our students than just the grades or the test scores. So we want to make sure that we're able to measure other things. Like, for example, our mental health counselors, how is that impacting something like attendance or engagement? How is that having an effect on instruction and on grades?
Okay, thank you so much.
And if I might add, what that progress monitoring system would also do would potentially have a bit of an evaluation protocol to it, so that we would really be able to determine the effectiveness of various measures that we have in place and allow us to really look beyond simple surveys that, as educators we're able to put in place and really look at leveraging a partnership with a company that would have the capacity to have experts in-house who specialize in survey design and who also have a background in education and research and best practices, and help us to craft something that would directly impact our knowledge of the effectiveness of different initiatives and the extent to which they are in fact a good use of our resources.
No, thank you. And I agree, because I used to work for KIPP, and so they're big on like data, and a lot of the stuff that you're talking about, they used to do a lot of, and it was really effective for students. But also I just want to make sure, the conversation of data is very important, but I also want to make sure that we think of students as students and also just not data points. It's good to have data, but I just want to make sure that we're aware that, there's more than just data. Thank you though.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. All right. Okay, Ms. Castillo.
You started talking about using data for measurements. You have summer school starting in a couple of weeks. So do you have a plan to get the initial assessment and then the starting and end point to see how effective your measurement tools are?
I can speak, Ms. Castillo, a bit to what our past practice has been in elementary and will continue to be, is that absolutely we collect data in terms of sort of a baseline, a pre, and then a post assessment to monitor how students are faring. And that is a component of the curriculum that we are obtaining for students for this summer. So that is built into the plan so that we can absolutely gauge the extent to which we have met students' needs. And also in addition to that, I mean, I would say that just, on a daily basis, formative assessment is going to be just really critical in terms of making the best use of those 18 days so that from one day to the next, within the small classes that we're going to have in place, teachers will have the opportunity to work with small groups of students and really get a sense of where they are and what they can, tweak and enhance from day to day to really help facilitate student learning and mastery of those key foundational standards that we're really wanting to fully develop during summer school.
And if I can add, for secondary, for the high school level, it will be based on credit recovery. So students will have access to the courses that they need to graduate. At the middle school level, accelerated courses will focus on accelerating the student for mathematics. But the intervention courses, what we will be doing is, with the help of Mr. Ormseth and our fabulous teacher, a resource teacher, Ms. Tristan, we're going to be meeting with the ELA and with the math teachers together to collaborate on what we need to address in summer school. And so those data pieces from the Illuminate end of year assessments will be used. And really our goal here is to, as a team, come together and identify what supports our students need and be able to address them in those small groups. At the middle school level, the teacher will have a 1:14 ratio with the students. So it's a great opportunity to address those gaps.
Okay, and then I have another question because as I saw your expenditure plan, there was no funding provided for the.
Ms. Castillo, we can address that in the new business when we look at the ELO plan.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
That's it.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
Esther has her hand up.
Okay, Ms. Mejia?
Yeah, I just want to commend CIS for putting this together because I've attended a lot of CSBA webinars, LACO webinars, LACSA webinars dealing with mitigation, right, and summer learning. And you're using a lot of the best practices. It validates what you're doing. And I really appreciate also that the stakeholder feedback, that these actions are because of stakeholder feedback. I love that you're using addressing mental health. And like you mentioned, focusing on the whole child. It's not just academic, you're really looking at the whole child, and that you will be having those the liaisons to create those relationships and to establish those relationships to improve student outcomes. So I thank you again for this plan that you put together. Very much appreciated.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Well, I echo what has been said so far. We have not had a discussion in a very long time. I mean, this year we've had discussion on data and actual, there's planning. I can see it's very targeted, it's very intentional. And it's just refreshing to see, especially when we're talking using data to inform instruction. This is a conversation that we have been wanting to have for a very long time and very seldom was used. And I'll tell you why. Because how data is collected now, it's readily available where teachers can immediately see, as you mentioned, the pre and post, and from there make those decisions to guide their instruction. And this will make all the difference. Certainly looking forward to your report once you compile all this information after this we extended school year to see how our students fared out and the gains they made. With all these resources in place, with everyone pulling together, there's no other way to go but certainly go up. Thank you once again for all this information and for all the hard work that you put in here every single day. It's always good to hear these presentations. You're quick with your responses and the information. Truly appreciate this. All right. Let's please move on then to item 13, Board of Education announcements and acknowledgements. And we're going to make this very quick. And please keep me in track if I skip any agenda items, okay? Okay. Let me start with, it doesn't matter who.
I have something very quick.
Yes.
And basically, next week, we're planning to go to all kinds of promotional ceremonies and the graduation. So I am looking forward to attending those ones I signed up for. So how exciting to see graduation actually maybe taking some form of in-person versus a drive-by. I did that drive-by last year. And for all our students, teachers, and staff, it's been a tough year for you. You did not have the opportunity to be on campus, hang out with each other, and you looked at the computer all day long, but you succeeded in learning. And as we have seen in the presentations from the school, everybody is not afraid to speak up, look into the camera, and talk to us. They've done a wonderful job. But my most important question is that everybody must be brave. And don't be afraid to return to school. I've been hearing that people are really fearful of that. So everybody is looking forward to having you back. And we want you to have a happy summer, and we'll see you in the fall for those that I won't see lately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. What, Ms. Mejia?
Sure. I'll try to keep my report short as well. Happy Pride Month. June is Pride Month. Like I mentioned, I attended CSA webinars for the May Rise and also for summer learning. Additionally, I had the pleasure, along with other board members, of attending the induction colloquium. That was a really nice ceremony that Ms. Heather Redding put together. So thank you, Ms. Redding, Mr. Matthews, and Dr. Sparta for including us in that celebration. I wanted to focus on commending students, our student athletes. We had some pretty amazing accomplishments. So we have Lorelai Rojo, who qualified and competed in CIS Southern Section for the finals. She took 13th place in the girls' 100-yard backstroke. She took 14th place in the girls' 100-yard butterfly. And single-handedly, she scored 7 points and she beat 6 other teams. So congratulations to the Rojo family. Additionally, in track and field, there were 3 league champions, Cesar Cruz in the discus, Hannah Vargas in the girls' varsity discus as well, and Dylan Dominguez for varsity 200. Additionally, the cheer team, Dr. Esparza shared that they placed second place at nationals. And lastly, I want to wish the boys varsity baseball team good luck at the CIS playoffs this upcoming Friday. Like Ms. Castillo, I'm looking forward to the promotions and graduation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Ms. Perez?
Yeah, so I attended the Classified Staff Week celebration, so huge props to all the volunteers and people who were there. It was so exciting to see everyone, and just, even if it's a drive-through, just to see the excitement on the face, and thank you for everything. I loved seeing the senior prom pictures. I'm so jealous that I wasn't there. So thank you to the entire team who made that possible. The students look so happy, and students that I've talked to, they've had so much fun. So thank you for that. And then also, I just want to thank the teachers, the staff, the students, everyone from Cabinet, Dr. Sparza, for making it through this year. 2 weeks away from the end of the school year, and we did it all remote. So thank you for everything you all do, and excited to. And again, happy Pride Month, and see you soon.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Dr. Rivera.
Yes, good evening to everyone. I have to share the same thing with Ms. Perez. I had the opportunity to see the prom video and the pictures, and it was just absolutely fun. That was a fun prom. There was a lot of things for them to do. There was a lot of activities. They looked really great. I'm really glad that the students had a great time. As you know, yesterday was Memorial Day. I want to thank all the active veterans. Thank you for your service. And for the veterans who gave up their lives for our country, thank you for your service as well. And we keep you in memory. Finally, we're only a few weeks away from the end. We've made it. It's been tough. Thank you, teachers. Thank you, students. Thank you, support staff. You're all essential. You're all essential. And we did it together. We supported each other. I know it was tough, but we made it to the end here. Thank you for that. Everybody have a good evening.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Just want to say that it's true. Tonight is the last board meeting for the 2020-2021. And for the past 12 months, we certainly can weave a tapestry through our own experiences, and this through the pain, the loss, the worry, the stress that this 12 months brought to us, because the pandemic upended all aspects of schools all at once, where from one day to the next, the whiteboards were gone and instruction was happening on the computer screen. But nonetheless, and we know that education has changed forever, and it will not go back to the way we knew education. And you can't go back. This reminds me of, I was reading an article from the Harvard Business Review, and the director of the graduate school there of education said that where we are now in education is like the genie just came out of the bottle and we can't get it back in. And we shouldn't get it back in, because everyone has learned to teach in a new way, and kids have learned to learn in a new way. And so all this is good, because certainly this will, distance learning will allow teachers to address those needs, the diverse needs of all students. And through all these 12 months, well, I'm going to say 18 months, because it started way before, teachers, all of you, found amazingly thoughtful and innovative and caring ways to connect with your students, but not only with your students, but also with their families as well. Now, I want to say that all of the frontline workers, all of you, remained there at the school site at your post, just to be able to provide all the support that was needed in the home where instruction was taking place. So I just want to say, with an abundance of gratitude, thank you to all of you for everything you have done these past 18 months, for working together, and more importantly, for staying together. We had good leadership through this crazy pandemic. Of course, the cabinet pulling right behind. But I also want to thank my fellow board members for your fidelity to your goals, and for never faltering and supporting and protecting our students and staff. We kept that as a priority, and we did the best we could to allocate all the support and resources to ensure the safety and well-being of everyone. Yes, I wish I could attend all the graduations. We missed out. I was just so happy to take out my cap and gown, dust it off, because it didn't get used last year. But certainly we'll be attending as many as we can. It's just exciting to know that we're going to be there. I can only imagine how the students are feeling, that finally they will be able to have that beautiful, wonderful experience of graduation. It was, I had a chance also to see the video from the senior extravaganza, and I know this took an effort on everybody. I mean, just taking down the payment the day before. And so thank you to everyone for just truly going out of your way in providing these beautiful experiences that are memories. Everyone created memories for a lifetime. Thank you to everyone. Certainly appreciate it. Okay, let's now move on to item 14, comments from the report from the superintendent and cabinet. Dr. Esparza.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good evening, board, community members, all of the El Rancho staff. I just wanted to make a few announcements. Samantha Rivera won the statewide California Streaming Digital Photography Contest. Samantha was also highlighted in the Laco Newsroom newsletter. So we're eager to see Samantha's work in art galleries soon. We'd also like to announce that Claire Sinkers, who was just with us a few weeks ago when we announced the third grade McGee student that was going to submit her drawings, her artwork, as a finalist for the LA County Can the Trash Can art competition. Well, last week, Claire was the winning artist for her artwork in this contest. And Claire's winning work is going to be displayed around trash barrels throughout LA County beaches. So we're so proud of Claire. Tonight, I'm also happy to announce the El Rancho High School cheerleading squad. Again, to reiterate what Ms. Mejia stated, they won second place in the national cheerleading competition. We are happy to announce that this Friday, we will be celebrating the adult transition program at Salazar at 10 a.m. We also look forward to the continued success of El Rancho High School's baseball team as they go to CIF playoffs. We're eager that this week we'll be bagging books for our kindergarten book distribution that's going to take place next week on behalf of the board of directors with the Chamber of Commerce and our Board of Education that are with us tonight. They'll be participating in the distribution at the different elementary schools so that we provide our kindergartners books to use over the summer. We'd also like to celebrate all our students that are going to culminate, promote, and to our graduates. We're so very proud of them, all of them. They were amazing at prom. We're so happy that they were able to have this. We do thank the board for supporting the senior extravaganza. And one more time, thank you to the board. Thank you to the cabinet. Thank you to all of our certificated and classified employees. As we know that school will end on the 11th. You may not be with us on June 22nd for that board meeting, but we welcome you. We also thank our union presidents for working together with all of us to have a successful learning year this year during this pandemic. It's been difficult, but we all, stepped up to the challenge and we've all done it together. So thank you to everyone that is with us.
Thank you, Dr. Esparza. All right, let's now move on to item 15, the consent agenda. Are there any items that need to be pulled?
Yes.
Dr. Marino, I have one.
Ms. Mejia?
Yeah. 15F6 2A.
I'm sorry, 1616?
16F as in Frank, 6 2A.
Thank you. And any other item?
Yeah.
Ms. Castillo?
15E11.
15E11. All right. Any other items? Okay, 2 items are pulled. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda. I'll motion that. That's Marino and Rivera. Okay, I'll take this to a vote. Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
And Merino, yes. I vote to approve the consent agenda. Let's move on to item 16F2A. I need a motion, please. Motion that. Second. Dr. Rivera. Ms. Mejia, discussion.
I just need to abstain. That's why I pulled it. I need to abstain from this item. That's why I pulled it.
Oh, I see. Any other comment from discussion from the board? All right. Hearing none, excuse me, I'll take this to a vote. Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia abstains. Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
And Merino, yes. 4 yes, 1 abstention for 16F2A. Let's move on to 15E11. I need a motion, please. I heard Castillo and Rivera. Discussion, Ms. Castillo.
Okay, I noticed that we're looking at getting training from FitMat to do a training for the ASB and Booster PTA Club. And I'm curious that I know that in the past, we've had some issues with accounting or knowing how to handle it. So I want to know how many people will be participating on this and for the training, because I think it's good that you're having it.
So if I might answer, this is Mary Ann. So I will encourage the district to have this training every year. And the reason is because there's turnover of students and faculty that are involved in the ASB and community members and boosters and PTA. FICMAT is a great source for this training because they write all the manuals for the state. And that's why I'm recommending that we use them for the training. We're hoping to do in-person training, and we can have a large group. I've had up to 65 people in the training. So we'll invite everyone who's either a staff member working on ASB or community members that are involved in PTA and boosters. So if this should be approved by the board tonight, then we'll begin to reach out to those folks to let them know when the training is and get them scheduled.
And we'd also like to have all principals, because the principals are the ones who talk to the PTA and the ASB, and they meet with them, and they're also in the different council meetings. So it's good for them to have this knowledge.
Okay. Any other discussion on this item?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment on Dr. Marino.
Yes, Ms. Mejia.
Yeah, Mr. Rayo, I appreciate that you're recommending this to be an annual training. Excellent recommendation. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Long overdue. Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Any additional comments? All right, I'll take this to a vote. Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Merino, yes. 5-0 to approve 15E11. Let's move on to item 16, new business. 16A, Division of Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment, approved submission of the 2021 Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
So moved.
Rivera.
Second.
Yeah. Okay. Discussion, board members. No questions.
What number was this again?
60A, the ELO grant.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
This is the one where I need to ask my question.
Yes.
This is the question is, I noticed that number one, we did not have an opportunity to review the planned expenditures until tonight or earlier this week. So it would have been better if we had seen that before, at least. I'm just recommending in the future, give us a couple of weeks to review this so that we know what's coming our way. But the other one is I had a concern about why we didn't have any funding identified for the community hubs and for the training for support staff. So could you let me know what the rationale was?
Ms. Castillo, I can speak a little bit on the community hubs. This is Dora. Good evening, everyone. So it's not that they weren't considered. Absolutely, community hubs are something that are definitely important, something that the district is planning on establishing within the district, if not centrally located, possibly at all school sites. However, because this is one-time monies, we really considered the fact that we may not be able to sustain everything that we propose, right? So what we did in terms of the positions that we are asking for funding, for example, the mental health counselors, the behavioral technicians, the community liaisons, those are all establishing the foundations for community resources. And from there, we will build on that, taking into consideration that we will have additional funding that can help support the community hubs. So it's not that we're not planning for them. This is kind of just taking a piece of that we can support with these one-time monies and then building on that after with other funding that's available. Does that answer your question as how we thought about that?
Well, I was concerned because I wanted to see that there would, when I went to the CSBA meeting lately, other school districts were talking about they had established a wellness center in their districts. And I guess that's one way of how they address checking out on students as well as providing the vaccine. So they found that it was very successful. And I think that, our engagement for the community can be improved if we had like a site with a location that people know that they can go in there for not only the mental health services, because I think that's really needed, but also for access to technology. But to me, it's like having a centralized location, but that's just my perception. And maybe the way you're handling it is different, but that's what I was thinking. That's it.
And Ms. Castillo, can I just make a comment? We're going to get there. And I think, with this money being one time, this is how we can best support what we would like. And this is something that I brought to the cabinet early on when I arrived, because a lot of the schools in Boston, when you walk in, there's a clinic, there's an optometrist, there's a really small dental office where you can go get a checkup and a referral. There's mental health services, counseling, and there's classes, from swimming classes there, and everything's indoors. And so you walk in and you walk into an array of different services for the community, and then the school is in the center of it all. And I have talked to the cabinet about it, but COVID hit, and here we are. And so know that we basically want to have those community schools here. We need a lot more funding than this, but I think it's doable with time for us to plan out really strong community schools with those wellness centers.
That's a good idea. I mean, I really feel that especially in today's environment, mental health is especially needed for community members as well as the parents and the students. So, and having a place to go is important.
Right. Thank you.
Keep it up and work toward that objective. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Ms.
Marino, if I may?
Yes.
Yeah, so I just want to reiterate, I appreciate that this plan was based off of stakeholder input, and also that there's a section at the end where it states that once these funds are not there, that you're going to be looking at alternative sources to continue the program. So this is the start. This is the foundation. You're expanding your mental health program. You're bringing back RTI and small group instruction. And also, I just wanted to share that California Ed Code State 43522, it requires for this specific ELO that the parents, school site staff, including classified and certificated staff, be involved in the development of the expanded learning opportunities grant. So that's what happened. So I really appreciate and I trust the experts that they created this plan based on our needs and based on stakeholder input. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Ms. Perez or Dr. Rivera?
Is it okay, Dr. Rivera?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Perez.
Thank you so much for putting together, and it was easy to read, so thank you for that. I just have a question, because I know we keep throwing around stakeholder input. How do parents and teachers get like, are they chosen? Like, are they invited to a meeting? Like, I'm curious to see, I know some parents that maybe they're not as, aware or as active. So I'm curious to see, like, for stakeholder input for this specific one, were they chosen or were they given the opportunity to be a part of it?
So for the purposes of LCAP, which as we had delineated earlier, CDE, the California Department of Education, issued formal guidance indicating that we could align ELO input with LCAP input since they were essentially running on parallel timelines. We invited all parents to attend community engagement sessions. So we wanted to, again, make it as broad as possible in terms of the individuals we were inviting to collaborate with us. In the past, there had been committees that had been assembled with a number of parent representatives that then participated on a committee of approximately 30 to 35 individuals. While that can be very efficient and effective, because of the unique context that we find ourselves in, we wanted to make certain to really be as inclusive as possible. And having parent and community meetings in lieu of a formal LCAP committee really allowed us to do that. So we were able to invite everyone who was interested and wanted to participate. In addition, our surveys were sent to all parents as well, so that they could, at their leisure, provide us with, a sense of what their priorities are for their children in the coming 3 years. So again, we really wanted to be as inclusive as possible. And so that was the process that we undertook.
And quick follow-up question, because thank you for the explanation. For teachers and staff, was that the same process?
So for teachers and staff, originally what we did is we asked for anybody that was interested to join. We reached out to our union partners and asked them and welcomed them to have anyone submit. Once we had our first meeting, we wanted to make sure that was available to everybody. So we gave the link to our union leaders and said, anyone that's in your group that would like to attend, please make sure that they are there and they are welcome. We welcomed everybody to be part of it. And then for our administrations, we actually held those meetings during our principals meeting so that it was part of our weekly process. And I believe in those sessions, we met with our administrators for 3 weeks in a row and touched upon the process for LCAP and for ELO.
Thank you. I know you're doing it, but I just wanted to make sure it was public and clear. Thank you so much.
No, and I appreciate that because it gives us a chance to share that with our community again.
Thank you.
And the parent meeting, the stakeholder meetings were advertised on social media. We reached out to our principals who share in Google Classrooms, with the students who share with their parents. We asked principals to share it on their website. So we did try to make sure we communicated with their parents with automated telephone calls so that they were aware of the meetings. And I know that it sometimes some parents don't have access to it, but considering that we're in the pandemic, or at least in the end of it, we tried our best to make sure everyone was aware of these meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Dr. Rivera?
Yeah, I'm in terms of the discussion with the Wellness Center, I think it's a great concept. I just want to make sure that we are aware that there is funding for community schools that's being provided by the state. It's an initiative that's being encouraged. So I'm hoping that we're able to transition that funding from the existing funding, the temporary funding that we have, into more substantial funding with the community school initiative. I would also encourage partnerships with Altamed, LA Care, to see if they do outreach type of things. Perhaps we can partner with those and they can provide more additional services to us. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Just a quick question on my part. As I see how the budget has been allocated, it's very broad. I'm just wondering if later on we'll get more detailed information as to how much was allocated for summer school, how much is being allocated for hiring of new staff, because this includes having paraprofessionals in every TK. That, at least I think that's what I remember. How much is been allocated for credit recovery, et cetera. I know that in the previous presentation that we had from CIA, it gave us a breakdown in terms of percentages, 85% for in-person services and 10% at least for hiring of paraprofessionals. And so much for in-person instruction. So, and I know that, Mr. Rayo, this is your department where you'll actually be providing, the breakdown, just to ensure that we have covered all of those areas that are very specific to this ELO, because I too have a concern. It just glancing at it, it appears that there isn't any funding allocated to provide this mental support. And I know it's not for families. I know it's strictly for students, but there's one area here, and this is the very last one on the expenditure plan, which is training for school staff on strategies to engage students and families in addressing the students' social emotional needs. And there's zero money allocated there. So what I'm saying is, there's an immediate need right now for staff to have those strategies on how to engage students and families as they return and they reintegrate back into the classrooms. If we're going to wait for funding or grants that could potentially be available, there are no services here being provided. And it is really critical that in some way we also hook and engage those families, because it appears here there's no recourse. So this is only between, the services provided directly to the students and staff. So this is an area that I'm really concerned about. And this is why, the comment stated earlier about getting this plan on the eve of having to approve it and submit it, it's just not acceptable. So I'd like to recommend and ask Dr. Esparza to work with staff to ensure that the board gets reports at least, my recommendation is at least 2 board meetings in advance, so that we have time, for example, like the one for the bond. So we have time to take it back and then have another discussion and then have it ready for approval at a subsequent meeting. Here, just like the air scrubbers were on the heels of getting it approved, of course we're going to approve it. But it's this, for me, there are still those blanks, and I have stated in many meetings, I'd like to be able to make informed decisions. All this is good, all this information, but it is just too broad, at least for me. I'd like to have more specificity and more clarity on some of these areas. So is there no additional input or comments?
Dr. Marino?
Yes.
This is Marianne. Excuse my interruption.
No, go ahead.
You're bringing up very valid points that CIA has thought about during discussions. And I just want to remind yourself and the community that we have a lot of pots of money, that we have ESSER 1, 2, and 3 with remaining money. And those will absolutely be available to add some of those other things that you're talking about. The CIA group worked very hard to make the best use of that $6 million and define that. But that does not mean that that's all that can be done. And those other items can be covered with ESSER 1, 2, and 3, which we'll be working on developing a more detailed program for those expenditures.
Well, thank you, because it is important for the district to communicate and ensure that, families that, yes, we have the support and the resources, and we'll be providing that to you. Thank you, Ms. Arroyo, for that clarification.
I'd like to also state that.
I had, okay, was that you, Ms. Mejia?
Yeah, but go ahead, Dr.
Esparza.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I was a little bit confused. So your concern, Dr. Marino, is that the expenditure plan is not listed, or you're saying that it's not detailed enough for your?
Well, both.
Because it's listed on page 5.
Well, page 5 of the on the expenditure plan.
Yes.
No, I didn't say it's detailed enough.
Well, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, CIA, but those were the guidelines that CDE gave for the template, that they didn't have to be detailed like line items. We're going to use $25 like at this point. That was my understanding from webinars that I attended, but I may be wrong. Maybe CIA can clarify that it didn't have to be line item. For example, we know that Apex is going to take 50,000, right? And so you know that the balance is going to be used for the other programs related to the credit deficiency. But again, it's my understanding that CIA follows the guidelines from CDE.
Okay. Ms. Mejia, I just want to clarify. I'm not in any way implying that guidelines were not followed. Yes, they were followed. I'm not implying that. I just want that clarification. All I'm saying is that guidelines were met, but it is absolutely acceptable to go beyond what is the minimum requirement. So if a board member is asking for specificity on the amounts allocated, it's perfectly acceptable. For example, I'd like to know how much is being allocated to hire this extra pair of professionals, because it is something that is a dire need to have additional support there. How much is being spent in the summer school program? It is just additional information that if a board member requires, does not imply that there's, so I just wanted to make sure that I'm not implying the guidelines were not followed.
Yeah, and well, I mean, there's a second row that's going to show the actual expenditure, but I guess it feels like if you're saying that this is not enough, but it's a start. And I may be paraphrasing, or maybe I'm not understanding right, but yes, there's additional needs. Of course, there's always going to be additional needs, but there's, like Mr. L mentioned, there's going to be other funds that are going to be used, and we're going to be able to do other things. So this is the start. It was based on stakeholder input. We received the plan on Friday. Would you maybe want more time to review it? Yes, but I mean, I feel comfortable enough that the funds are going to be used, to improve student outcomes and to address the mitigation loss.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Mejia. I'm comfortable that the funding is be allocated for what it's intended to be allocated. But this takes me exactly to what I expressed earlier, that if a plan like this is given to us, say 2 meetings before, we had the discussion, so the plan comes back with more specificity here to say, yes, we're going to be providing this support services to engage students and families accordingly. So it allows for the board to receive not only the board, I'm sorry, but the community or parents, anyone listening or wanting to know additional information. Just like board members have questions, maybe there's someone out there has questions. But however, this is now going to board. Now it's come to board for approval, which will be approved. It's perfectly fine. It's within the guidelines. I'm not questioning that at all. It is just the process.
Well, exactly. To your point, it's a process, and
yeah, it's just a process.
Stakeholder input had to be gathered, so that we need to keep that in mind as well. That was the process, had to be gathered, information had to be disaggregated, and so I don't think it was the intention of CIA to give us this plan late. I think, and I mean, yes, in a perfect world, 2 weeks, 3 weeks to review a plan. So that's my point.
Okay, no. Again, there's miscommunication. I don't want to engage in this tit for tat seriously. I just want to be clear that it is not a reflection on CIA at all. You're doing your job. You're bringing it. You're submitting the information that you have been asked to submit, and now it has come to board. So it is. I just want to clarify, because I am concerned with what's being raised here. This is not a reflection on CIA. This is not a reflection on not following the guidelines. This is good work. We certainly have expressed that we appreciate what has been done here in the short amount of time. But part of the process is also not only stakeholder input. Part of the process is also, it comes to the board, ultimately falls on our laps. So yes, we must have some input. We must be able to ask some clarifying questions. That's all part of the process. So, I hope all this is clear, that what has been presented to us is good information. It's going to move forward. It's intended to do what it's intended to do to help students. I want to wrap this up, but I have Dr. Rivera, I believe I have Ms. Castillo, and then Dr. Esparza. And yes.
I just simply wanted to say that, $66 million is no pocket change. And it is going to generate questions. And I think it's important that we do have a fiduciary duty to make sure that things are transparent, and they should go there, because the last thing we want is, where did the money go for here? Where did it go money there? How come we didn't have the money? So, asking questions and being, judicious about making sure that the $6 million in place, I think that's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. I believe it was Ms. Castillo.
Yes, one comment. I like quality work. Check your adding on your pages on the total, you're off. So make that minor correction. So sometimes when we submit paperwork, quality counts. I did have a degree in quality engineering, so make sure that our numbers match. And I do believe that we did see a lot of the stakeholders' inputs on the attachments. I reviewed them. The writing was a little small for my liking, but we did review it, and I think that I saw some comments and I saw some trends that were important. They did a good job with the surveys. So I think that was good, but we do need the information. We do read everything that comes our way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Ms. Barca.
So in the future, when we get monies, of course, we're gonna give you a plan, and we'll get feedback as we want to know what the board wants to know in regards to the plan. I just have to state that because this needed stakeholder input, the requirements that we were following, all of this that was mentioned, it was like to the last minute. And so that is why you received it last week or the end of last week for review. But this is all something that just happened quickly, and it's not something that's normal. And that's why it's a quick, like $6 million. We were surprised at the fact that we were being asked to, turn it over so quickly on what we were going to expend. So yes, we'll work better at giving more information, front loading the information, and giving the board an opportunity to be able to ask those clarifying questions. I am asking Cabinet to make sure that these items are in the board updates and that they, begin to front load on what is coming up for approval. Again, this is something that we got the guidelines at the end of March, and with 20 focus groups of stakeholder input and putting all of that together to really create the plan and say, okay, here's the result of the stakeholder input. Now we have to start figuring out what is it that we're going to do and how are those dollars going to be allocated based on the percentages that are required for us to meet. So CIA, yes, board CIA is doing an amazing job. So is Dora Soto Delgado, Dean, Mr. Matthews. Everybody has put their hands on this plan. And so I just wanted to just make sure that I reiterate that it's a work in progress, and we will provide any more information that is needed.
Thank you, Dr. Esparza. If there are no additional comments, I'm sorry, is there a hand? Oh, your hand is up, Ms. Perez.
Just really, because now I'm a little confused what Ms. Castillo brought up. The numbers in the on page 5, the plan.
No, I'm looking at page 6.
Page
6 is 6,026. It's 6,019. There's just a little adding error. So
yeah, that's like my concern is the planned expenditures. Should all those numbers add up to the total, the 6 million?
Yeah, I considering for an expenditure report, I'd like to see the numbers add up.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess that was my question to the CIA team. I wasn't sure if that was expected or if that was like an error, or
I
there's
think
like
it's just an error on their part.
Ms. Castillo, thank you for sharing that. I'm just looking it over right now on DTS where we have it. There's a $2,000 difference in one of the strategies that I just fixed, and I will make sure that it's correct before we upload to the ELCAP system.
We want to, when we submit it, we want to be correct. Yeah, and that's why I brought that up, because it's just better on our side.
Thank you. You did your homework. All right.
One last comment, Dr. Marino, just a quick question.
Yes.
I know that the plan is not required to be posted, but it can be posted. It's recommended. So I was just checking if it's going to be posted along with the LCAP on that one section.
LCAP won't be posted yet?
No. I'm just saying in that section.
Yes, we will post it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mejia. All right, I'll take this to a vote now. Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
And Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Merino, yes. 5-0 to approve the ELO as presented with the correction that will be made in the total amount. All right, let's move on to 16B1. Adopt resolution number 33-2020, 2021, authorizing the establishment of Fund 08. I need a motion that I need a second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Discussion here, board members? Hearing none, I will take this to a vote. Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Merino, yes. 5-0 to approve. 16B1. Item 17, recommendations for future agenda items. Ms. Castillo?
Probably in the next week, I'd like us to have a discussion on the amount of money that we would like the resolution to be for the tax levy. So we need to have that, and maybe, hopefully, Marianne, you could maybe figure out or ask one of our contractors or architects, what kind of phasing would they look at for a new swimming pool, just to give us some guidelines. They've done swimming pools before from earlier documents I saw at SVA and Westlaw, but maybe you can sort of have a little informal discussion with them. Those, when you did a swimming pool, how long did it take you to do it? And let them find out if it's 24 months or 18 months. And then that way and then an estimated cost, we're using 21 million, but if we knew that information, because I think all of us are concerned about the swimming pool, that would help us gauge a little bit better on how much money we want to.
I'd be happy to. The time frame from when you approve the project is about 18 months, but I will get some cost estimates. We're still waiting on some of the other projects' cost estimates. So we'll get as much together as we can to bring that forward to the board.
Okay.
And as Mark mentioned, you can adjust the dollar amount that you want, excuse me, later after the resolution.
Yeah,
you still have
one
some
of the
time.
things I would do is put an air factor in there, because one of the concerns I have is that the location of where you put the swimming pool might require some site work.
Can we stay focused on the agenda, future agenda item, please? Thank you.
Coming back for discussion.
Ms. Mejia.
Yes, so the draft LCAP goals calls for students to leave ERUSD goal-oriented with the ability to think critically and creatively, work collaboratively, communicate effectively, and be civically engaged. So to that point, I would like to request an item to discuss or receive information on the state field of civic engagement.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part. You're breaking up.
Sure, the state field of civic engagement.
Okay.
Get information on that. I know that that's something that students are graduating with, that they're able to graduate with now. So I just wanted to get information on like what requirements we need so our students can also earn that achievement. And then I'd also like to propose 2 resolutions. One of them, again, deals with civic engagement. I would like to have a resolution in support of high school voter registration. I noticed that even Salazar is doing something like that already. There, you could do registration at 16 and vote at 18. So just promoting that. Again, that's civic engagement. And I'd like to see if Ms. Perez would like to help me with that. And also another resolution regarding climate change. CSBA has a great framework that we could work off, and it's something I think that needs to be looked at as well. And I don't know if Ms. Perez would also like to help me with that as well.
Okay, so this climate resolution.
Climate change resolution.
Climate change resolution. Okay. Thank you. All right. Anything else?
Do I need to get a second on that?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. So we have 2 resolutions at the request of Ms. Mejia, and both had a second, correct? Okay. And then you had another one on the civic engagement.
State field of civic engagement.
State field civic engagement. Okay. I'll second that one. Okay, anything else? Any additional future? Yes, Ms. Perez?
Yeah, can we do like an academic overview of how the students did this year? Just a glimpse of that. I think I asked about it before. I forget what I asked. But I would just like to see like over the year, like the trends, what we saw, just to kind of sense like where we're at, so that after summer we can kind of see for the remedial students, you know, did it work? What's working? That's one of them. Like an academic overview of how the students did this year.
Okay, that's academic overview of student performance over the past 12 months.
Right. Yeah. And then, oh, I don't know. I need a second, right?
Yes, I'll second that. Okay, thank you, Ms. Mejia.
Thank you. And then the second one, I'm assuming there's probably a date, but I'm just curious to see when we're going to be hearing about the fall plan for like where we're reopening, hybrid, and so forth, just to kind of starting those conversations now before we wait.
I'll second that one because I was going to bring that one up.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, this is the reopening. Well, the opening of the fall, you know, the 2021-22 school year back in the. So we would like to, you know, have this in the, even if it's in a draft form, certainly. Several weeks before school actually opens, so that we're bringing this information to the community, to parents, to everyone, what's in the, and I know it's in the planning already, but to bring it to us. So I'll second that one, Ms. Perez, yeah.
And last one, and just a question of this part. If I want to acknowledge someone, is that part of this piece? Is that where
you would request that right now, yes.
Okay. I don't know with their approval, but I would like to look into recognition. There's a Facebook group, I think that's led by the class of 96. They awarded like a lot of scholarships to some Rancho seniors. And so maybe reaching out to them if they would feel comfortable being recognized. I think it's great what they're doing for the community, and it's a great model of how the alums are coming together.
So it's a recognition for the class of 96?
Yeah, it's a group specifically on Facebook that got together, and they pretty much fundraised a lot of money, but I want to make sure with their permission that they feel comfortable coming to being recognized. But I think what they're doing is great.
It is.
A lot of well.
All right. Okay. So, well, Dr. Esparza, you'll have to.
We will find them.
Find them and look into that. But absolutely, I'll second that one as well. It's definitely, they're supporting our students and doing proper recognition. Thank you, Ms. Perez. Okay. If there are no other future agenda items, I think we have agenda items for the next 12 months, but we'll get them all in. Let's now move on to item 18. I need a motion to adjourn. I'll motion that. Thank you, Dr. Rivera. I'm going to say, take it to a vote. Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Merino, yes. Ms. Perez, thank you for hanging in there. I know your voice is almost gone. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Sorry it's late. Our apologies, but have a very good evening and do get some rest. Thank you, board members.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Okay.